Good morning and welcome to this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee. This Monday, September 23rd, 2024. I'm Jason Schreier, City Councilor for Elmwood East Kildonan Ward, this year's chair of the Community Committee. I'm joined as well with Jeff Brawadi, Councilor for the North Kildonan Ward. We are joined by Dylan Chisland, Planner for the Planning, Property and Development Department, as well as Brendan Harris from the Clerk's Office. I would like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Clerk Harris, do we have quorum?
We have quorum, Mr. Chair.
All right, and at this point, where do we go?
We'll just need a motion to accept the minutes of the last meeting.
Councilor Brawadi.
So moved.
Okay, motion carried.
And also move that we receive the minutes of the Residents Advisory Group meeting be received.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, so at this time, we can move on to report one, and we do have David Patman joining us over Zoom.
Good morning, Dave. Are you there?
Yes, good morning. I'm here. Yep.
Good morning.
That means be loud and clear.
Thank you.
You got a report for us?
Yes, just a brief verbal report here. The Public Works project team working with the developer on the Fairbank Bank intersection upgrades has determined that there's a financial shortfall to the tune of approximately $200,000. We're currently working out a solution to this to complete the project. However, the project construction may be delayed until the 2025 construction season. And that's my report for this month.
And this is due to a $200,000 shortfall?
Yes, we've got partial funding from the trailer park, but because of the details in the construction, it's going to cost more than they're able to contribute to it. We're having to find the way for the city to make up the difference.
Now, it was always understood that if we were doing our own upgrades to the intersection, that portion we were covering. Was there nothing left in the signals budget to do that work in 2024?
Not in the signals budget, but we're looking for solutions within other budgets that have funding. It just may mean that other projects have to be deferred to dedicate the funding to this project.
What's the percentage allocation that the trailer park is being assessed?
I believe that we've got, I don't know the percentage offhand, but I believe it's in the $60,000 to $70,000 is what they're contributing towards it.
And is that in addition to any improvements they need to make in terms of their roadway access, or is that included in that?
I believe that's included in that.
So you're saying the city's paying more than the trailer park?
It looks like the city will have to pay more than the trailer park, and so that is that's under discussion right now within the Public Works. We're trying to come up with a solution.
How did you come up to with the share that they would be responsible for?
I'm not sure what the history is on this, but I believe that there was, when the project started, it seemed like it was much more, the scope was smaller. And so the project has sort of snowballed a little bit. And in order to get the project done, extra expenses were added to the budget for it. And it's now more expensive than it was originally anticipated. But the trailer park has indicated that they don't have an unlimited budget for this, that their budget is somewhat constrained.
Okay.
How much more expensive is it than was originally anticipated?
I'd have to check on that. I don't have that number at hand.
But we're saying we're $200,000 short. One, because of a shortfall from the trailer park, and two, because of increased costs, more than anticipated costs.
The project started off like it was going to be just add to the existing signal, like add the extra leg to the existing signal. But once we got into the details of this, the signal that's there has to be modified. We've got to remove and replace conduit on the ground. The conduit is the gauge of it is too small for the additional cables that have to be run to the extra leg of this intersection. And then that plus the other work that needs to be done to tie in the access and allow for the sweep paths of the trailers moving in and out of the trailer park. It's become a more complicated undertaking than it was originally expected.
and I guess this question is more for Dylan probably than for David. We made the requirement to install these traffic signals to be a condition of the rezoning. If, and again, the nature of a mobile park is you can pick up and move. Would we have any tools available to us to make them rescind the rezoning effectively? And if they're not willing to pay their fair share as determined by the Director of Public Works?
I can look, I can't give you a
Yeah.
confirmed answer now, I can look into it.
If you don't mind checking
With
with
the
your folks to
securities,
see.
but I don't think that the rezoning to be rescinded at this point, it would just be a matter of whether or not we're holding securities.
Okay.
But likely the change to the zoning bylaw is complete at this point, but I'll double check that and I can confirm with you later this week.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you, Dylan.
For sure.
Okay,
We entered into an agreement with the trailer park based on a specific cost or based on a specific agreement for a specific asset or development regarding the traffic signals. Did they enter an agreement with us without any understanding between the city and the trailer park on the cost of this? David, it's sort of a complicated question, a little bit.
Yeah, I have to go back and research that. I know what this has gone through a number of iterations or decisions that have been made. Originally, the trailer park was looking to have the access done in a different fashion to connect to the residential neighborhood to the south. When that was sort of pushed back on by the residents, a change was made to the design to come up with this solution of accessing it through the signal. That was seen as better by the public, and that's what the neighborhood wanted to see. I think that at the time it was not anticipated the cost would be as high as it is now, and so it seemed like everyone could say yes at the time. But in going through the detailed work on the design, that's what's resulted in this higher cost that's now beyond the ability of the trailer park to entirely fund it themselves. And so that's why we're looking at now can the city make up the difference?
well, again, I really have trouble if taxpayers are paying for these improvements that benefit the one property. Anything that's affiliated with the trailer park should be the trailer park's responsibility. If we're doing something above and beyond to improve our own infrastructure and timing, that would be borne by the city of Winnipeg, which I have no problem with, but only 60 to 70 grand of a 200 plus, $250,000 plus project, I'm having some concerns with.
Understood. We're continuing to work out the details, and before we proceed with this, we will be sharing the details with this committee. So I'm just explaining where we are at in the process right now.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to receive this report of information.
All right, motion is on the table. In terms of discussion on this point, now that the motion's being made, I just have a couple more questions for clarification here. Are we saying that there is a miscommunication between the city and the trailer park management, or they had a change of preference?
Again, if you want to take this offline, Councillor Shire, there's a long history here. The trailer park wanted to have access to River Grove Drive.
Yeah.
And the neighborhood did not want it. Again, the trailer park is a temporary usage that, again, is transient in nature. I'm waiting for, again, it's one of the conditions of doing the rezoning. The trailer park agreed to pay their fair portion of adjusting the lights and reconfiguring the lights at River Grove Drive. Mm-hmm. They've not been very cooperative. They've now done the engineering with their consultants. Again, they're still not happy. I think they still want to connect to River Grove Drive and are perhaps in some ways intentionally delaying this. But again, I don't want taxpayers to be on the hook for something that was agreed to by this developer.
Yeah, fair enough. Such are my questions. All right, fair enough. If you want to spend the time to explain why this should be communicated more offline, fine. On that basis, I wish that in a month from now, we're going to have this monthly update, and I hope that all these questions that couldn't be answered today are answered then. That would be the point of the report, I believe. So thank you very much. Any further, and thank you, Mr. Patman, and Councillor Brawadi, you moved the motion that this be received as information. Motion carries. Report item number 2.
There's indications that Councillor Wiley would like to deal with items number 2 and 3 as they're in the Elmwood, in the Transcona ward. He ain't here, shocking. So I will move that we adjourn till 10:15 and hopefully resume at that time.
All right, motion carries. We will reconvene at 10:15 after what looks like a 25-minute recess, something like that. All good? All right, thank you. This recess is over. The East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee this September 23rd, 2024. We are now in the public hearings portion of this community committee. And we are joined with Councillor Brawadi of the North Kelowna Ward, Councillor Russ Wyatt of the Transcona Ward, and I'm Jason Schreier, City Councillor for the Elmwood East Kelowna Ward, and this year's chair of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee. Is there anything more I need to say at this point, Clerk Harris, before we start the?
You just need the acknowledgement?
Yes, and I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 41st Nation in Treaty 3 territory.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it's your opportunity to speak, however, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be a part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a subdivision and rezoning at 309, 313, and 500 Rocher Drive under file PASZ 34/2024. Please note additional communications were received in support of the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. I'll turn it over to the planner for a brief presentation.
The 3 properties are located along the east side of Desrosiers Drive in the Canterbury Park neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. They're in an established neighborhood recent community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0. The 2 easterly properties are zoned R1M, residential single family medium, and the westerly property is zoned PR1, Parks and Recreation Passive Neighborhood Community. The purpose of the application is to create 2 new R1M lots out of the existing park space on the west, and to create 1 new PR1 lot abutting the existing PR1 lot on the east side, south of the AT path. This would not result in a net loss of any park space. The proposal does not require any variances. The Urban Planning and Design Division recommends approval of the proposal with the recommended conditions because it is consistent with policies of CCS 2.0 and our Winnipeg 2045. That concludes my summary. Happy to answer any questions.
I have one question, Chair. We have an attachment here that was submitted by the applicant with a park design. I don't see that in any of your reports.
It's not in the, no, it's definitely not in the report.
It's not what, sorry?
What?
It's not what?
It's not in the report or in the appendix. It was missed. I think it was just missed.
Yes. Okay.
On Deems here, no?
I know they submitted it, but anyway, all right, okay.
Showing on Deems here, right?
Page 12.
It's attached to the Deems report here.
He doesn't say.
Like your
It says provided for information only, exclamation point in handwriting, but it's there though.
No, it's not in the report.
Yeah. Or was it added or?
According to the clerk, it's not.
Can you give us a page number, whatever you're referring to, the appendix?
Page 24.
So those are the 3 pages of plans as exhibit 6.
Yeah.
Like, are you referring to the courts?
I'm referring to, yeah, I'm referring to the report of the development servicing agreement, I guess it's not referred to in there.
So it's part of the submitted plans, but like the report wouldn't include that information. Do you want to take a look at the,
I have it here.
okay.
Okay, I'll carry on then to the hearing portion of it, or the.
Okay, so at this time, we can go to the applicant. We have Vincent Hossain joining us over Zoom. Vincent, I'm just asking you to unmute and turn on your camera. Be joined by Susan Ross, who will be running the presentation. Do you need a hand getting set up there?
No, he's gonna run it.
Oh, he's gonna
Do
run.
you have anybody registered in opposition?
No one in opposition on this one.
Anybody for information?
No one for information on this one.
So I'm gonna save you time.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna move that this matter be laid over because I want your submission, namely your,
we did include it.
oh, I know, but it's not in, like, I'm not gonna start flying,
I just-
making amendments on the fly where to refer to it here. I want to
It's-
refer to in the,
It's, my understanding is, well, it is referred to in Schedule B. Item number 1.
but
It
is
says-
the development servicing agreement incorporate these things? Does it?
The zoning agreement says that there must be park plans provided and approved by this community committee.
Okay, all right, carry on this, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
So
what is
that's
the
okay?
difference here that has maybe changed your mind, Councillor Wyatt, if I may understand this?
What you said.
Right, and I'd like.
Yeah,
to clar-
our zoning agreement does say that we have to provide, for any park within this community, we have to provide plans for review and approval by this committee.
Okay. Right, carry on.
And how does this make a difference in deciding?
Well, then
It's already in the zoning.
I can just simply say that it be subject to community approval of final for the state. Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. And you said it was available in schedule, what schedule letter?
Well, in Schedule B of the
Schedule B.
administrative report, the administrative coordinating group refers to, I think the reason why there wasn't any more detail on it, because it does, can I just read it out just to say what
Yeah,
it
go ahead.
says? So in Section 1, general comments, the conceptual layout plan includes park amenities that may not meet with park service interests. Park design standards are available to guide the design of neighborhood parks. The park development guidelines identifies the process by which park design amenities are approved in new developments. But our zone
What
agreement,
section is this, sorry, of Schedule B?
no problem, it's page 16 of the report.
Page 16. I'm looking at sections 1, 2, and 3. And I'm sorry, as I'm looking for it, you were quoting which part?
This is Schedule B,
Schedule B.
report of the administrative coordinating group,
Yeah.
and it's proposed rezoning of land located at 309, 313, and 500 Desrosiers Drive. And then under Section 1, general comments, the first comment.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Fair enough. Let's carry on. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and so the last slide then, Councilor White, am I hearing that you don't really need to hear the rest of this?
No,
It's
carry
just-
on, carry on, do the whole presentation.
Okay, no problem. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the subdivision rezoning before you today. And as Dylan had said, the reason for the application is that the city of Winnipeg expressed an interest in acquiring the land to the south of the existing active transportation pathway. There's 2 lots, 309 and 313 Desrosiers Drive. And divesting land in the larger park phase 3 area that would be equal to or less than the amount being acquired. So thus this proposal requires the PR1 zone lands to be rezoned to R1M, a portion of it. And they can be developed with single family dwellings, and the R1M zone lands. to
They can be
rezoned to
developed,
PR1.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Here today.
We'll turn to the drawing, I think is best, Vincent, if you don't mind. There we go. So what we have is the new park lot. Previously was 2 R1M lots for 2 single-family homes. And those are now becoming park. And then on the west side of the park, that portion, smaller portion, 728 square meters versus 963, are now becoming 2 lots. So the park is just flipping. But there's no net loss in park space. In fact, there's an increase. And there's no net increase in residential lots. There's still just the same number of residential lots. So that provides then, we can move on, I guess, to the, and then the administration, as was stated, is in support. And as was stated, the proposed subdivision rezoning will facilitate the same number and type of dwelling units in the area as what is currently permitted, as there is no change to the intensity of residential use and the amount of parkland will be moderately increased. The proposal is complementary to the existing character of the area. So that was the reasons for support by planning, and we can move to the park plan now. Vincent, please, thank
That
you.
was the reason for support from,
Oh, it's just because we're not changing the number of lots. What essentially it does is it just creates this really nice green line across the whole top part of the that part of the development of phase 3.
so you're saying that's the reason for the support by the administration?
Is it doesn't change the character of the development. We still have the same number of single family homes. We have more park area. So it's actually a benefit to the community.
And they told you this? That's what you're saying. They told you
Yep,
this is why.
yep, yep. And that's also, we say the same thing too. We agree wholeheartedly in this.
Okay.
And then the park plans include a basketball court with pickleball. They include off-leash dog park for small dogs and an off-leash dog park for large dogs, and an informal play area, which is large enough for, I believe it's a U9 soccer field with soccer goalposts. But this park has not been signed off by parks yet. My understanding of the regular process, Councillor Wyatt and councillors and Dylan, is that parks will review this and sign off and then provide their comments in a separate report to community committee. But the bottom line is this plan requires it, in accordance with our existing zoning agreement, it requires the approval of this committee. And it cannot proceed to construction until this committee approves the plan. But it doesn't stop us moving forward with the DAS set.
So for clarification, if this committee does not approve it, Clerk Harris, can you tell us what the path would therefore be if we didn't approve it today? If we didn't approve it?
So it would be are you talking about like a negative recommendation to the standing policy committee?
Yes. So what we just heard is we have to approve it. And therefore, if we don't approve it, well.
So if you didn't recommend approval, it would go to the standing policy committee of P&D.
Right.
Yep. But it wouldn't be rezoned. Rezoning would go forward.
And what would therefore happen at the standing committee?
I can't speak to that.
Why are we talking about something that does not matter right now? Because we haven't dealt with the item.
She bothered to mention that it has to be dealt with today.
I know, but
I want to know
we're
clarification.
talking about hypothetical situations that we don't even know this.
That's a
What if
good
this or
point.
what if that?
The point was made, and I need to understand what she
I
said.
know, but why are we even talking about what if we turn it down? Like, what-
Yeah, we respectfully request that it be approved today.
Why are we even talking?
It is not the first time in this community committee in my 10 years here that we've asked, what is the critical path? I'm just doing what we've done before.
We don't know
I think
the-
Councillor Wyatt, you've done the same thing
Critical
for
path
the last
goes
2 years.
on to EP. Community committee, if there's nobody in opposition, goes in. EPC priority. Do we have to ask that question now? Do you need to know that right now? You not even.
I think I'm allowed to know that at this
All
point, and
right, fine.
I've never stopped my fellow councillors from asking the same
I
question.
hear you. All right, fine.
So I just want clarification, because I do not yet have it, excuse me. I want that clarification now, since it was raised. We were told just now that we need confirmation, we need this community committee to approve it, otherwise it does not go forward. So therefore, to make sense of that comment, for me to understand it, I need to understand where it goes from here. If we do not approve it, what happens? We are just told by Clerk Harris that it goes to the standing committee anyway. My question is therefore, because this has happened before for other types of developments in this community committee. We have not approved something and it's passed anyway. So I want clarification now, since I
We
didn't
haven't
raise it.
voted on this yet, Chairperson.
That's true. And you know what? I just heard this comment before we voted on it. And that's okay with me. I'm not putting her comment out of order. I want to make sense, meaningful sense out of that comment.
All right,
Because I don't think she was wasting her time by saying it. On that
I didn't
basis,
say that.
exactly, me neither. So I want to make sense of her, out of her comment, meaningful sense out of her comment. Therefore, let us all be on the same page, including me, excuse me for my ignorance on this, but it's not the first time this question is being asked in this community committee or others. What happened? What is the critical path from here on? We were just told, repeated, I don't want to waste time on this. We need to approve this. So what happens if we don't? Because I need to understand, we all do. If we do not approve it today, what happens, Clerk Harris, please?
Just for confirmation, are you referring to if the recommendation was to deny?
Yes,
Okay, so in that case, it would go to the Standing Policy Committee,
yes.
and then it would go up from the Standing Policy Committee,
How would it go up? We were just told that.
depending on their recommendation.
So our recommendation, so just to be clear, we do not need to approve this today for this to go forward and be potentially approved further up the line.
Correct. The Standing Policy Committee could make a decision different than the recommendation of the community committee.
All right, so there you go. Now we've got clarity. Excuse me, that comment isn't exactly true. You're welcome. No offense. I just need clarity.
No problem.
Thank you.
Unless it's priority zoning. you go with the-
All right, thank you for further clarification on this. All right, please keep going.
Oh, no problem at all. I was just explaining my understanding of the park plan and perhaps why there wasn't any further detail on it in the report. And it's because my understanding is that the process for a park plan to be approved at community committee is that parks, after this is approved, or if it is approved, but at whatever level, after this park area is approved, then they do a report that then comes forward to community committee. But it's like a chicken and egg thing. You can't do one without the other. So the park area, this is what my understanding is, that this park area modifications are approved through this DSZ, then Parks writes a report to this committee saying, approve this park plan. That's my understanding.
Past it was circulated, everything is circulated, parks are way in early, why are they not doing that now?
This is just changing acquiring more park space. I don't think the parks has a final position on or they're comfortable with the exchange of land, but
So they're on the record of that,
pardon me,
they're on the record for that?
for being supportive of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So it's just process, my understanding. But with regards to this, the owner has no issues. As I said, the zoning agreement includes that clause that says all parks must come forward to this committee for approval prior to construction. And that's the end of my presentation.
I don't have any questions at this point.
Where do we go from here, Clerk Harris?
Okay, so next in support, we have Keith Merkel. Is Keith joined us here today?
He wasn't able to join.
Okay. So that concludes those who had pre-registered to speak. Just to confirm, is there anyone here to speak in support of the application? Anyone here to speak in opposition to the application? And anyone here for information on the application? Seeing none, we can now have questions for the administration.
I don't know.
I see no questions.
Typically, we would go into rebuttal, but there's been nothing said since.
Okay. On that basis,
So we can go into motions.
Councillor Wyatt,
I don't have any questions in the public service.
fair enough. On that basis, we can go into motions.
And well, no, the other delegation had a chance to come up.
Sure. I don't have a problem with that. There has been nothing said by the administration, therefore nothing to rebut, nor is there new information that can be offered.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned that, and in your report, you have signage, future road, road connection. The reason this is being done, just for the information of the committee, is, well, to include park amenities, but also that we lost an opportunity to build a grade separation of rivers. The concept here is by putting a linear park system in, it's actually a temporary park. And it'll be signed as such if this is passed. Is that correct? And to allow for a road connection, which would ultimately be to the perimeter to be incorporated into grade separation, which promises planning at the perimeter highway. And the province just to the south on the perimeter of this location is planning to build a grade separation for the CNR Reddit subdivision line, as well as for the Doodle Road crossing. And this is to eliminate a long-term liability. I'm asking some form of long question. Long-term liability to the city, namely the cost of one day having to build a grade separation of rivers, if that should be in demand. More importantly, this, in the event this does go forward, when it does get constructed, it will allow the city to decommission its rivers crossing. These are important comments to put onto the record and bring on potentially commercial lands that are very viable and to the benefit of the city on rivers, because due to the connection to the perimeter, it makes the lands commercially viable based on commercial market analysis, and that this is something that is needed in the community in terms of that commercial element that does not exist in the east end of Transcona. And that the hope is that the province will support this connection, but it keeps the city's options open pertaining to eliminating the liability of having to build an underpass, which prior to this term, last term, the city did have an opportunity. So there's some debate about that, where a facility was to be built on industrial lands that would have incorporated the cost of at least a good lion's share of the cost of the grade separation of rivers, which for whatever reason the city, the previous mayor chose not to pursue. And I won't get into that, but this is a positive, therefore, development, I think, for the community. Are all my, any comment on my comments?
I think that that is the hope, and always keeping options open is a great idea.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
For Harris?
So at this time, we can move into motions.
Yeah. I'm going to move that the report of the Olympic Service be taken as read.
Those in favor?
I'm going to move that receipt of public representation be concluded.
Those in favor? Motion carries.
I'm going to move that the recommendation of the Olympic Public Service be concurred in. Just to reiterate, I want to amend the zoning agreement and ensure it's reflected in the ACG, the Development Servicing Agreement, that the park plan, I'll call it Schedule A. If there's not a Schedule A, you can read it. If there's already a Schedule A, you can rename it. Be submitted as a supporting document, namely the Canterbury Crossing Conceptual Park Plan, and that the said park amenities be constructed no later than the 2026 construction season, and that and with that amendment, that signage will be not just the park amenities, but signage will be included as a requirement for the future road alignment with connection to the perimeter, both at the both DeRosier Drive frontages on the linear section of the park. There's two of them, two sections where it runs on a DeRosier. Actually, so the three signs be installed on wherever, if the linear park fronts onto the northern east-west linear park fronts onto DeRosier Drive. And that with that one amendment, as well as a requirement to install park menu later than 2026. I want to just take a moment to thank the applicant for bringing this forward, for addressing the concern. I had set this land aside originally, councillors, just so you know. This was actually a zoning that was done some time ago. My predecessor chose to eliminate the potential access to the perimeter by placing lots there and rezoned it. And now we're going back to the future and putting it back in. That's what we're actually doing here. It was done already before. So we're just kind of cleaning this up. And I want to thank the applicant for supporting that. And the applicant's client. And for the improvements and the amenities that are planned for the neighborhood. I think this is going to be well accepted. The other thing that was lost as well was an off-leash dog park that was already approved by this community committee previously. And that was eliminated. We're putting it back in. As well as the pickleball, basketball courts and the play areas was pointed out to by the applicant's consultant, by the property consultant. So I want to thank them for that, and
Self-funded.
yes, funded by them. Yeah, so I'm going to move this. There's no cost, as pointed out by Councilor Water just now. There's no cost to the city of Winnipeg, other than the cost will be to maintain it right going forward. But so it's a positive development for the area. This area, by the way, in support of my motion, this area is it's been growing steadily. The price of the homes in this area are priced in a way that still makes it somewhat affordable for folks. This will complete the Canterbury Crossing development on the east side of Ravenhurst, between Ravenhurst and the perimeter, north of the CNR rail subdivision line. It will allow for this potential connection and discussions with the province about it. Hopefully it'll be amenable. I've already had discussions with the local MLA minister in our area. And I think the improvements to the park plan basically reflect what we had approved before. And we're restoring those changes. It's important to note that there's AT being involved in plan here, sidewalks, landscaping, trees, things that are important as well. So thank you. I don't have any other questions.
So in this case, the
Or
supporting those are your supporting reasons, Counselor?
Yeah.
So we included the supporting reasons before the vote. Is that what we do during the subdivision and rezoning? Okay. Any supporting reasons? Councilor Rawadi, any comments? I do have a question at this point. Just for clarification on this motion, because Councilor Wyatt did bring in concurred in with some conditions that he spelled out. Are these the conditions similar, or how are they vary from the administration positive recommendation of approval with conditions as it is stated on page 10?
Further contradiction with, or just a bit more detail, I guess.
More detail, no contradiction, fair enough.
I would just reiterate that they need to come back for plan approval. But hopefully that can be done soon.
Is that part of this motion?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's in the motion,
All right, is that understood by?
but I think it's already there.
It's in service, the existing service.
Okay.
In the existing service agreement, okay?
The other thing to point out, I forgot to point out, thank you, Councillor Schreier, for asking questions because it allows me to think. There you go. Good that you're
That's all about, hopefully.
So you'll get to take the good with the bad, right, in life. Is that the applicant is installing on Desrosiers Drive, a raised traffic table to allow for safe pedestrian crossing. It's other than the park. So positive, we're doing more and more of these in terms of our traffic design on roads, on new streets. I want to thank you.
All right.
I would just like to make sure that I'm getting all aspects of the amendment here. So we were reiterating the plan approval for the parks back to community committee. And then we also wanted to amend to have the park plan included as a document in support. And then we had regarding, that was the Canterbury Crossing Park Lane. The amenities be constructed no later than 2026. Okay,
The park amenities and all I guess,
that was with the 3 signage.
tree signage and be installed. Signage also to be approved by community committee and plan approval stage. Yeah, carry on, sorry.
No, that's very helpful. Okay, so the plan approval, all aspects included in there, including the 3 signs. The road alignment as well. What was the?
So the future potential road alignment is neither here nor there, it's more the
Okay.
signage.
So that doesn't necessarily need to be an amendment, or is that just
No, that's just, so the amendment is 2026, like you mentioned.
Okay.
Construction by constructed by 2020. Construction season, the signage.
Okay.
The requirement for the plan approval committee, I think that's kind of got it.
Okay.
And the subject matter or the detail on the signage.
To be included as part of the plan approval. Okay. Excellent. Understood.
All right, that's understood. I'll make a couple of supporting comments. No, merely that looking at the plan, it looks to me like it's in the spirit of the Wyatt era of new Transcona development and rather impressive.
Well, we did this before.
Yeah, exactly.
We're now
exactly.
bringing it back. We're restoring what was taken away in the last term.
Fair enough. All right, that is it. And therefore the motion's there. Those in favor?
Aye.
That motion
I'll
carries.
move that the hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Please note the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
I perceive consensus on that vote, Councilor Bawadi. Hope that's okay
Yes.
with you.
That goes on to priorities only, right?
No, because there's an amendment, it will go to
All
the standing
right.
policy.
I see. Thank you. I just want to take a 5-minute break to allow Jeff to leave.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, just to confirm, because I was not part of this hearing, I do need to,
That is correct. You aren't able to take part in the meeting.
Move a 5-minute break.
Sure, 5-minute break. Right, recess is over for this regularly scheduled meeting of the
Recess.
East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee, September 23rd, 2024. Where are we at right now, Clerk Harris?
Item 2 is a subdivision and rezoning at Southwest Dawson Road, south at Plessy Road, Precinct J, under file DAS at 12/2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 3 is a variance at Southwest Dawson Road, south at Plessy's Road, Precinct J, under file DAV 124-835-2024D. Please note, additional communications were received in support of, in opposition to, and with respect to the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak into rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you've been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. At this time, I'll turn it over to the administration.
You just want to get into it, or?
Yes, sir. We'll jump right in. I'm familiar with the application. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, we can move to the applicants. Donovan Taves and Brian Ward will be presenting together.
Mr. Chairperson?
Yes.
If the presenters are willing, I mean, we're all familiar with your application now, I think. And is it possible just to jump into page 5? Namely, the issues outstanding that we can go through and address, and it's a way to save time and.
we'll provide a bit of a background.
Yeah, well, if there's a way just to see what we can cover off with mutual support or what we can and what we can, and then we can kind of talk about those things. So. Suggestion?
Yeah, we'll cut it down
so that we're not.
Yeah, I just want to jump right into that. I mean, the outstanding issues that we're trying to look at.
As you wish.
Okay, thank you. Donovan Taves with Landmark Planning and Design. Here with Brian Ward, who's with Qualico. To the councillor's suggestion, we do have the full package we've submitted. And per the meeting last time, we recounted the presentation that we gave in the first meeting. This meeting, we're going to recount that one again and then recount the meeting presentation from the previous. And then we have the presentation responding to the request of the committee from last time in a third presentation. So maybe what I'll do, Mr. Chairman, Councillor, is just make that first part really quick, if that's the will of the committee. And then we can focus in to the councillor's suggestion on the third part.
And if I may, Chairperson, I mean, I don't think we're gonna get anything. I know you're resistant to the whole phasing thing. I'm prepared to let that go. Because transit doesn't seem to be concerned about it. Why should I? So, until we kind of get transit on a different page. And to your point, there's the on-demand that's going to come into the area. I'm prepared to, therefore, not address the issue of the Dawson Road thing and putting that in advance. I'm prepared to let go of the whole issue with regards to therefore, I'm prepared therefore to let go of the whole issue with regards to the phasing in terms of the application. Maybe I'll start that way to save us time. So really item number, just to jump here, item number 2 on my list, on the list that the city has submitted.
Councillor, could we hold for a moment?
Yeah.
Discussion here. I'd like to make sure I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we can jump to see, there's no page numbers. Councillor, just confirming this is the page you're looking at? In our
Yeah, well, I have it as page 5. I don't know what you have there, but 5 and 6, I guess. Which is like 16 items, basically. So I'm going through the items here, and I crossed off number 2, I crossed off number 3, I crossed off number 5. Maybe I'll give you a minute here. I crossed off number 2, number 3, number 5. I crossed off number 8. I crossed off number 9. I crossed off number 11. I crossed off number 12. I crossed off number 13. I crossed off number 14. I'm gonna keep
14 on page.
and I crossed off number 60. So basically, we're now left with 1, 4, 6, 7, 10, 15.
We're left with those, but you've made other changes.
No, I mean, the biggest thing that I'm concerned here is the park amenities, right? Where are they gonna go? What are they gonna be? Coming back to plan approval. I don't want to hold up the process. Number 2, the staff have done research on the area charge that is being applied to the north. They've told me that basically based on the calculation of the amount of square footage is approximately 300,000 ANS is paying towards Winacra Community Club, worked out on a formula for your lands. It's about 495,000. I'm amenable to the idea that if Qualico wanted to, that be done by an area charge and or corporate contribution that would then give you a tax credit as a company by making a donation to the city instead. So it would give you that advantage, plus it'd be somewhat of a nicer corporate contribution. Now you're able to get the benefit of that you get when you make a donation to a cause or what have you, right? You're able to promote it. So I want to be consistent with what was done to the north, knowing full well that the area is going to need. Lanac was got a fairly active executive, to their credit, and they're very active in their plans for the community club to do improvements. And I just want to support that. This development will be people moving into this area are going to be relying on that community club and that community club's catchment. And so whether you want to promote it per household in terms of that being done, then it's not an area charge per se, but a corporate donation. And then, so that's something that was maybe I would encourage you maybe to consider. It's you know, kind of forget on the off-site stuff that is relied on when the neighborhood is built. And of course, it allows you then the option of whether or not any of your builders would be involved in that as well. Because sometimes what we've done in the past, or I know developers have done in the past, they get their builders involved, not just themselves. They part of the contribution. They're able to tell their clients who are buying the property, buying the home, that they're doing this. And then the other part of it is just simply the off-site traffic, namely Royal Mint Drive, including some traffic tables there, at least to slow traffic down. We're having that connection with your traffic. So those are my thoughts. I know we have now a petition from the residents. I know these from talking with them about this. This would, I think, address their concerns and prevent them from filing an appeal at the municipal board, which I want to ensure so you can vote for. So those are just my thoughts. Those three things, and that's really what the outstanding. I think that basically captures the outstanding items. Even though there's three, there are more than three here. They're basically, we got probably just roll them all into three. I kind of put the AT style sidewalks and everything with the parking. Anyway.
Well, that's a notable amount to digest as we work here live.
So basically park, area charge, and Royal Mint traffic.
So to me, what Councillor Wyatt has said is fair and just. It is his place to say what he's just said. Having said that, that is a lot to digest as it may very well affect your presentation, let alone the decisions we make during this round. But in your initial presentation, I think is going to be highly influenced
And to that,
by what
thank you.
Councillor Wyatt just said. So I understand if it's going to take a
No, that's a good
moment
point.
to adjust to this full package of.
Well, no, that's a good point. If the applicant requires, just a brief pause in the hearing to allow consideration of what I'm saying, I'm happy to give you that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question of clarification regarding the opposition.
Regarding
The new information that there's new opposition. Could we be informed?
Or
Yeah.
This
presentation.
was submitted.
That's what you.
Oh, yeah, could we get a copy of it?
Rick Harrison.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just notable to us. There's new information, just in as much as we have been at this for 8 years.
Residents of,
We had, I'll just take a second if I could.
yes, for sure.
We've been at this for 8 years. By the time of application, we're pretty confident in our efforts to speak with everybody to address all of their issues, which has occurred. And at the first hearing, there was no opposition. At the second meeting, there was no opposition. So we would appreciate some background as to how this opposition has arisen and where they are.
Fair enough.
I'd be happy to address it.
For sure.
The residents in the area reached out to me. Namely, they have a very active, this is Southland Park.
Pardon me?
Southland Park residents, they have an active residence committee. They're very active. They had a community barbecue a couple weekends ago. They took this petition to their people. They asked me and I said, this is how you do it. Well, they asked me, I asked the clerks. What formalized, I had no idea. I had no idea of the process. I was informed by the clerks that apparently it's 25 signatures that allows them to go forward to the municipal board. In the event that they just choose to do that, they've expressed concerns. And that's how come it's here today.
Okay, did they, you've indicated they had concerns. Did they indicate what concerns they had?
Yeah, they don't want, no, well, biggest concern is number one, through traffic. Number two, they don't want parks. They look at their parks and all the amenities they have in their parks and playgrounds that are something which they've done. The new development shouldn't be relying on them, that they would be, that their parks are their parks and that the development's parks and playgrounds should be the development's parks and playgrounds, and that it should be self-sufficient in a sense. And those are the issues.
Did they have an understanding of what parks, amenities and parks were being proposed in the new neighborhood?
They do, they're just
We
concerned,
shared all-
well, yes and no, but they're just concerned that there's any kind of reliance on, they don't, I guess they don't want spillover or something, right? They don't want to, their neighborhood is their neighborhood. And they just want to make sure that there's enough amenities in the new development.
Right.
That's not going to tax their parks in terms of attendance and everything overly.
Right.
Right.
Did were you able to share that the amenities that we were having, that they wouldn't?
No, I didn't get into that with them. I just addressed their concern.
Yeah, I guess that
I
interconnected.
tried to address their concern in terms of the process.
Right.
To give them the option if they so choose. I will hopefully on this hearing be able to say to them that I can only address the concern because it's a public hearing for process.
Right.
But once this hearing is concluded, I'll be able to more in depth speak to their the detail of whatever we do here today. Right. But I couldn't get into that. I referred to them to the hearing that we last had and to listen to the tape of it. So if they wanted to get more details, but then that information will be there for them following this hopefully. So.
Mr. Clerk, is the petition on Demas?
No, we do not attach submissions to our
Okay.
Demas agendas or minutes
Okay.
for hearings.
If we could get a digital copy of it, that'd be great.
So petitions are,
That's probably my fault. They submitted it to me and I'm not going to submit it to them. Maybe here till Friday, I think, or something.
Yeah.
For their residents, I think.
so petitions are never part of,
Any submissions, we do not include submissions on Demas for public hearings.
okay, so for clarification, when I have received it.
Will we go
on my
forward in the
computer-
minutes though? It'll be part of the minutes going.
No, we also don't do the submissions in the minutes just due to the sheer number received on some hearings.
Really?
Yeah, it's been our process.
Okay.
Okay, so I have seen them during this process on my computer, and that's because I've thus received them by email.
Yes.
Not part of the Demas and not part of the minutes.
Correct.
All right, fair enough. Thanks for the clarification. And where are we at right now, Clerk Harris?
Do you have some follow-up questions, Mr. Chairman?
Do I have follow-up?
I do.
Oh,
Have some.
yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Do you have follow-up questions?
Yes, I do, yeah. It's
All right, a little tricky because we are not supposed to be
Right.
asked questions, but I understand your.
It's process-based
confusion and
question.
I understand, Councillor Wyatt.
Well, the suspension of the rules allow you to do that and there are questions of the administration.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, motion
Just in terms
carries.
of thank you very much, committee. It's new information, so I'm trying to wrap my head around
Sure.
the implications.
Me too.
It's an interesting addition, for sure. So procedurally, the committee's received this petition. The petition doesn't indicate the concerns, although Councillor White has kindly added his understanding of the concerns, but the committee hasn't received any concerns in writing like that we could even respond to. So I'm not sure how to treat this petition in the current presentation or this, the balance of this hearing.
Comment to the question.
That's a good.
I'm unsure how to deal with it if I could get some insight.
Deal with it in terms of your ability to respond.
Yes,
Because
yeah.
you don't, and given, because you don't know actually what the petition is actually stating, other than a general commonality of these people. That the only thing we know by statement that was written is that they are opposed. There's no further reasoning given.
Right, in my,
This petition, fair enough. And I'm going to state at this point that any member, anybody that has signed this petition or is in support of this petition has the opportunity, ideally, has the opportunity to be here today, unless they just can't get out of whatever obligations of life occur. But they do have, in theory, the opportunity to be here as absolutely in no uncertain terms facilitated by City Hall, by the administration and our clerk's office. So they have a right to be here to explain that themselves. If we want any further on this, Clerk Harris, to further clarification, is there anyone here in opposition?
We've had no one registered to speak in opposition or any additional opposition submissions.
Fair enough. So the best we have at this point is Councillor Wyatt's explanation of his direct involvement to the extent that he showed us the logistics about how it's happened. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Having said that, no one, including Councillor Wyatt, can even be here to speak on behalf of any individual other than explaining the gist of it. So point taken. I on that basis, Councillor Wyatt, do we have any advice? Because the question is, how does it respond to a petition in which all we know the commonality being opposition, but no further, I guess, I don't know what to say. It is what it is.
it's just a question, Mr. Chairman, and the question, if I could bring it to a point, is there any opposition registered?
That I
Yes,
just
there
asked.
is. That's now opposition registered.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so then a point of clarification about the nature of this opposition. Like typically for a petition, my understanding is you need a statement to say what the people are opposed to so they know what they're signing. Does this petition have a statement?
It has the address and it has we the undersigned object to the above noted application.
This is apparently Bill 37. This
Is
is
it?
related to Bill 37.
Yeah.
This is the process apparently for that.
Sure,
That's
but
what I was told by the clerk.
do they know what they're opposing? Just the application in its entirety, I guess, like that. Again, how do we
That would
respond to
then be subject to the hearing of Bill 30, if in the event they go to the municipal court, right? Then
Right.
you would understand what their opposition is, but they have the ability apparently just to sign this petition, submit it. And then they can show it in here. They don't necessarily have to be here to tell us what their opposition is.
Okay, so then the process is, again, a question on process. If I'm understanding the committee right, and with the help of the clerk, before this petition was submitted, this would have gone to P&D and then to council for first reading. Did this petition affect that process?
It won't affect that process. It will still go for first reading. At that time, letters will be sent out to all involved and they will have an opportunity to submit objections again.
Right, at first reading.
Correct.
And if there are 25 objections at first reading of council, then it would be, the matter would be referred to the ministry.
If they receive sufficient objections
Okay.
again, at that point, it would be referred.
Okay,
And excuse
Do they
me,
have to receive it twice?
Yes.
All right,
what's this about 25?
25 or more, because that's required for them to be able to appeal to the municipal board.
They need 25 members of the signature or 25 people filing to
25 eligible voters is what I was told.
to sign a petition.
They have to be seen as eligible voters on the voters list in the city of Winnipeg under the act. And then they can file a submission to the municipal board to request an appeal of the decision.
And must that arrive?
Sounds like it has to arrive prior to
The community
first
committee,
reading account.
first reading at council. All right.
So it would be-
Not
I
standing
just
committee.
learned that.
After first reading, we do send out notice for the second round of submitted objections, just to be clear.
And if there's 25 eligible voting adults that sign a petition, that's what triggers.
I did not win this poll in the last election. It's the only one I didn't win. And if I tend to return their calls rapidly and listen to what they have to say.
Okay, so
Lost the poll in the last election too.
if these petitioners are not present today, which they are not, they have no ability to learn about any change that was concerning them in the first place. So how will they know if
I'm
their
assuming that
concerns
you,
have
as
been
a
met?
consultant, you'll inform them of the good news. So
We're past that point. We're in the committee's consideration period now. There's no more consultation happening, so
No. You have a right to write these residents and to let them know the decision and the positive changes in the event that.
yeah, that's not happening, Councillor.
I will
Pardon me?
clarify that.
I can't see how that would happen.
What would happen?
So is the suggestion that after this meeting, we would consider everything that's taken place at the meeting and we would write your petitioners?
Well, that's up to you.
Okay. Fair
I
enough.
mean, that's what I would do. If I were you, I mean, that's,
Okay.
I mean, you know, you'd be happy to hear that the committee has made changes. Hopefully that may or may not address your various concerns. We thank you for taking time. I mean, that's just a suggestion.
Right.
There's no requirement.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have the answers to the petition questions.
Fair enough, and I guess for the record, this will be on the record for those that have signed the petition and those that have organized it and connected with these people. To communicate with them to see what the record is
There you
of
go.
this meeting on video.
And they will receive notification when this does proceed to council as well.
The clerks are only gonna inform of the process, not the outcome of the process, right? And so that would be an option. That's why I'm suggesting that. Being a good day for that one, but anyway.
And how do we carry on from here at Clerk Harris? We still have our delegation.
We are still in the representations time, so we could turn back to the applicants and have
So,
their.
Yeah, and I understand the applicants questioning about process at this time. And I also understand that Councillor Wyatt did make some notable statements and changes as we're going. So I can certainly understand if the applicant might need a brief recess to react to all this that has transpired right here before they got here. You need a few minutes?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, we'll take a 5
Is fine. Thank you very much.
5-minute recess, thank you. All right, recess is over and we reconvene this meeting of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee, September 23rd, 2024. At this point, we are in hearings. We are dealing with hearing number 2 and 3, a combined hearing.
Correct.
That's true. Take it away, Clerk Harris.
So at this time, we are technically still on the representations in support of the application for the applicant.
Okay, I would like to make a point. Councillor Wyatt has made a point which, to my understanding, if we can deal with this now, for the record, it is not a condition that Councillor Wyatt is moving. To my understanding, we might want clarification on this. It is actually upholding of a previous bylaw, of a bylaw. All bylaws are previous. And Councillor Wyatt, would you be able to clarify that? If that in fact is the case.
Well, I'll do that later, but I'll be happy to hear
Fair enough.
these folks first.
Sure, fair enough.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the new information in terms of folks having some concerns that we weren't able to hear from, Councillor Wyatt was able to speak with, that we think it would make sense, especially if they're listening, to be able to recap the fullness of information for their consideration. So in that light, we would like to have them the opportunity, if people have just moved in and they weren't part of our 8-year process, it's possible. So we think it would make sense to present the information to the committee so that those people in attendance, either here or online, would have a good opportunity to see that information and consider it in the fullness.
Keep in mind, all your previous presentations were also recorded, that they can go back to that.
For sure, yeah. But we would like to do that if it's.
Sure, makes sense.
And therefore you would like to do what in light of this?
We would like to present the full presentation so that people online who may not have had a chance to see all of that information, it's possible their questions could get answered. I'd like to think optimistically that anyone who signed the opposition may not have had all of it. Maybe they had, they wouldn't have been able to get it from Councillor Wyatt, so maybe they didn't go to our website, or maybe they didn't avail themselves of the current information. So we'd like to give that opportunity at this hearing before the committee.
Like we were going to abridge your presentation.
We can abridge it,
In light
yeah.
of this, you feel it'd be fair to give your full prepared presentation?
Yes, please.
I believe that to be fair. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so the first presentation, going all the way back, was on June 24th, presented to this committee, which is on should be shared now. Is it being shared?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Qualified Communities is the proponent, a well-known, reputable, responsible developer. They have very good relationships with the communities, and they work hard to make sure that they stay involved. They're not a come and go kind of developer. And so again, having folks who have raised concerns, we want to make sure we can have an opportunity to address those and continue building that relationship with the people that we spoke with previously, since Qualico will be there for a long time. And it's important to speak to the neighbors. And so we want to continue that tradition as well as that practice at landmark planning. Also on our team is WSP and Stantec, who've been doing a stellar job in resolving, as in the case in any new development, a new community, all of the engineering and transportation matters. And if we need to avail ourselves of any information from them, they're available to us, the committee that is. This is the subject site for reference for those who are watching and present here. The north piece of this site is Dawson Road South. To the east is a piece of Plessis Road. To the south is the Manitoba Hydro Corridor. And then to the west is our number of uses, including a hydro compound transmission station, as well as the Glenlawn Memorial Gardens and Funeral Home. And last but not least, of course, is the new neighbor, if you will, Southland Park. Again, we've spent a fair bit of time speaking with those folks, or maybe people who's over the period of the 8 years, or even over the period of this application, the last few months, didn't have a chance to see this information. So this is a good opportunity. And then of note, because it may come up later, there's often confusion about who owns what land and what proposal is which proposal. So to the north of Dawson Road, there is on this drawing indicated a future development. That is a mixed use commercial development that is not part of this proposal. It's not Qualico's land, but that is planned for and approved by council for mixed use, meaning commercial and residential. The subject site is in the context of our Winnipeg, which is Winnipeg's largest plan, if you will. And this particular site is designated as a recent community. And it's noteworthy that everything that the plan is trying to support and promote as policy, this development complies with. So we worked hard to do that. We worked hard with administration over the 8 years to get to this point, and happy to report to the committee and those present that it complies fully. And part of the reason it complies is that it also follows the second layer of regulation, which is a precinct plan. And this precinct plan is indicated at the right, at least one of the graphics from the plan. And that graphic just lays out the general street pattern that was expected before pen was put to paper on actual designing. And this design fully complies with that layer of regulation as well. I've mentioned a couple times, or alluded to at least, the collaboration. We really appreciate working with all the departments of the city, the planning department, the public works department, the water and waste department, the folks over at parks, and others who are involved in a process like this. It's no easy matter to try and design a community in an existing situation, which all communities are. There's always someone who came there before you. So when the topic for this committee comes up of interconnectedness with existing communities, it's important to know that when we see Winnipeg, we don't have walls between neighborhoods. We don't plan so that we don't have connections between neighborhoods. We plan the opposite way. We think that Winnipeggers are Winnipeggers, and it makes sense for communities to be connected to communities. And so when we have our meetings with neighborhoods, we're listening to concerns, but also mindful that in the big picture, Winnipeg wants connected communities. And so even though there's fears that come with the idea of a new connection, it's important to see that bigger picture over time, that really 10, 20, 30 years from now, when we walk through neighborhoods that you don't notice that you went from one neighborhood to another. You have an interconnected neighborhood. And I'm happy to say through collaboration, we feel we've achieved that in this proposal. This is the proposal. It's interesting for us to have applications for rezoning that deal with one building at times. This one deals with conceivably thousands, which is indicated here in terms of the number of housing units, or at least the range of housing units up to 1,550 units. We know as a city that we need new neighborhoods, that every neighborhood was new at some point. River Heights was brand new at some point, and this will be a brand new neighborhood and connected respectfully and fully to what's around it. So you have a mix of uses that are indicated in the graphic with these various shades of yellow to orange, different types of housing. Our Winnipeg, we know as a policy, that's what we're trying to achieve, is have a home for everybody, a different kind of home for different kinds of people and what they want to achieve and what they're able to achieve. And so this neighborhood will accommodate all sorts of people and all sorts of types of homes of their selection, from single family to two family to multifamily, of a smaller nature to multifamily of a medium-sized nature. No major density like you'd see downtowns, no towers, no very tall buildings in this setting. Just medium density at the most. Here we shared with people previously the different housing types. These aren't actuals. These are examples. People don't understand often what housing type means. So we just showed a number of different housing types. Again, in that mode that different people will select different types of housing to suit their needs. We also included a collector network in this every new neighborhood. For those who don't know how this works in its fullness, we have streets and they're in a hierarchy. Local streets for where your driveways can connect. That's the lowest kind of street we have, or the most local kind we have. And then we move up to the next one, which is Collector Road. And Collector Road is where it collects traffic. That's where we want traffic to be funneled to. This is where our buses, if we have buses on collector roads, this is where they travel. And in our new transit system, I understand transit will be sending smaller vehicles to the local streets to pick people up in different neighborhoods as well. We don't show the other levels of streets on here. They're not really on topic, but arterial is the next one and expressway is the last one. But this was showing the collector road network. Every good community that's planned these days has a good way of getting around other than by vehicle. So walking, riding your bike and so forth. So we have careful plans that show a real grid, or I should say a web network of places for people to travel by by bike or on their feet, or other vehicles like rollerblades or skateboards or whatever has wheels that isn't a car. So this network is very, very thorough. I should note before I go on,
And I'm sorry, when you say whatever has wheels, so active transportation paths also include for pedestrians?
Yeah.
You made the point of saying those with wheels that are not
motorized.
Okay? Which is separate from what I understand to be an AT path.
Yeah, AT path, active transportation is things that you can move around on that aren't motored.
And this is what this is?
Yeah, we have that in the green, the active transportation pathway, and I think the standard is 3 meter paved asphalt.
But that includes pedestrians though.
Yeah, pedestrians too. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And sidewalks are also part of that network as well. And we do show that connection into Southland Park. It's the arrow that's labeled connected to Royal Mint Drive, because we think it's important to be able to move from community to community, as does the administration, as does I believe the committee, but I won't speak for the committee. Parks, every new neighborhood needs parks, and I know this is something that since Councillor Wyatt raised that he had heard that people were concerned about parks. You know, of course, there's not going to be a gate between Southland Park and this community, as I keep saying. We think they need to be interconnected, and the reality is every neighborhood over time becomes interconnected, and that's a good thing. So when it comes to parks, we know Southland Park has some parkland, and this neighborhood will have actually much more parkland than exists in Southland Park, including a park right at the proximity to that crossover to Royal Mint Drive. You can see in the top part of this drawing. And that's not the only one. There's very substantial parks. If people have a hard time appreciating scale, even one of these parks would include a very large lake. It could include a soccer field, for example.
Extension. Council White, wish to move extension. There you go.
Thank you. And so the 10 minutes would be appreciated.
Yes, so move it.
And so the parks are connected by the pathways, so very well planned and integrated. So if folks are concerned about new people using their park, for example, that's a fair concern, I suppose. If we are concerned about that, this community has plenty of its own parks. Traffic impact study was prepared. We shared this in both meetings, last one and the previous one. The conclusion is straightforward. There is no notable impact to adjacent communities. And I put the word in notable. People will say, what does that mean? Notable? What does significant mean? Of course, no one will say there won't be another car because there's people who are going to be driving cars. But is it going to be an impact? Would people even notice there's a change to the number of cars? No is the conclusion. Public Works Department agrees there's not a significant even measurement here of what would happen between the communities. The alternative for the committee to consider is having no road connection there. And in the beginning of this process, we were ambivalent. We said, well, tell us what's needed here. Should we have a road connection? Shouldn't we have a road connection? So the will of Public Works, the recommendation was to have one. It's not a collector road, so that's very important. Recall the slide that had the darker line as the collector road. That's the main road, north and south. I'll go back through this community. This one. So the road that connects is a local road, a small road, a minor road, if you will. So it will allow for people to go through, but it won't be the line of desire. And that's where people want to go in their vehicle. And this can just almost be seen as common sense as, where would you travel if you were trying to get somewhere? If people do that, they'll soon realize that that road connection is a good idea. For emergency vehicles, for example, you could be on one side of that road and want that emergency vehicle to come to you. Whereas if they had to go all the way around, in that case, it would be, detrimental to people. So we think it's a good connection. We don't think people have a reason to fear that connection. Servicing, lots of work goes underground, figuring out where water's got to come from and where sewage has to go to, where the rainwater has to go to. The answer here is also very straightforward. It all works very well. And the Water and Waste Department is in full support of our good engineering from our engineering team. So there are no issues. People's basement won't be flooded because of this. They won't expect any land drainage coming to their site because it has to be contained in this site. There's no difficulty when it comes to servicing this neighborhood due to the hard work that's been done.
And this is not a reservoir pond?
Yeah, the lake serve as reservoirs. Yeah. In terms of process, also important given the new information. Again, I've mentioned a few times, it's always possible that people, didn't participate, either chose not to, weren't concerned, couldn't, came later than the meetings came because of how long processes take. But this slide highlights the processes that did take place from late 2016 all the way up until June of 2023. So there has been a process. If people do have questions, I'll leave it to the clerk to advise how they can communicate with either ourselves or the counselors at the point. There shouldn't be any remaining questions. We've covered all of the questions and there are answers available. There are no unknowns other than things that belong in the later process, the details that come after this stage. There are obviously many things that come after this stage, but they're minor in nature and they're normal for the process the city has had in place for many decades. We did hear from people ourselves. Some of those on the petition may or may not have been at those meetings. So I'll repeat the things that we heard so they know they're not alone in the things they might be thinking about. Housing and phasing, people wanted to know about how many residents would be there, how long development would take. Here we indicated that 1,350 is the likely number. Of course, would be a range. You don't control that perfectly. We had indicated if rezoning and subdivision were approved, that servicing would begin in early 2025 or as early as. That full build out would probably take from 10 to 15 years. So this is helpful information for people. We did hear over those years, in fact, the very first people we met many years ago were the people living directly adjacent to this proposal, those homes on Southland Park, because we knew if you had a backyard and you, for whatever reason, didn't expect anything to come in the future in the field behind you, you would be concerned. So we paid careful attention to those folks. We matched single family homes against single family homes. So anything new on their rear property line would be the same as they have, a single family home. And that's the biggest promise we can make in the new community building world. We talked about traffic. I'll go to the next one because we've spoken about traffic already. Parks and recreation, we spoke about that already. Active transportation, we spoke about that. Transit, of course, we don't control transit, but transit needs us to provide roads for them to travel on, which we've done. And also mentioned the minor road system that could accommodate the smaller buses transit wants to implement. In summary, at that point, we said, from our perspective, this is a very good proposal that it takes into account and is consistent with the policies of our Winnipeg and Complete Communities. It initiates that precinct plan. Precinct J is a complete community with multiple types of things going on there. High quality design, it's served by transit and active transportation, addresses concerns from stakeholders. Is the result of comprehensive planning over many years in collaboration with the city administration, as I mentioned, due diligence, engagement, and helps really, I would say most importantly, helps address a strong demand for diverse housing types in Winnipeg that we know we need. And then we came back to the next committee. So I'll pause here. I think what I could do, Mr. Chairman, or in the interest of time, is all of those first slides are repeated. I'll just go to the new slides in this one, if that's acceptable.
What do you think of that, Councillor White? Yeah, it's fine. Great.
Thank you very much, committee. There were a series of requested clarifications that the committee made. Those are listed here, a couple pages worth of items that we were asked to clarify. And so this presentation was focused on clarifying those things that were raised by the committee. The phasing of the zoning, there was some question about that, play structures, and so on and so forth. So I'll go to the slides that offered the clarifications. There's a clarification desired on this phased map, just to actually change the phasing. So I'll speak to that in the balance. I know Councillor said that was no longer a concern, but I just wanted to be able to share for those people who are in attendance that because it takes 10 to 15 years to develop a community like this, and because every new home needs sewer and water, you have to plan this carefully. Where are the pipes going to go first? Where are they going to go last? Where are the roads going first? Where are they going last? And of course, if you live beside one of the phases, you'd really appreciate knowing when to expect some activity across the fence. So in this one, we had showed phase one, which included two phases. In the bottom left here, phase one being a direct connection down to Abenoji-Mi'kmaq, and then phase 1B, the north part of that against that Southland Park folks fence. Then phase two would be that eastern portion, and phase three, finally, many years from now, would be again adjacent to Southland Park folks. So up there, they would have a little more time looking at the field versus having new neighbors in single family homes. There were clarifications about park and what's in those parks, for example. So we added this, that we showed there would be a playground and shade structure, there'd be a picnic area, there'd be a play space, there's accommodation for an athletic field. All of this normally, committee would appreciate. What goes in those parks typically gets decided by parks after this stage, which is why we had a challenge noting exactly what would be there, because at this stage you don't normally know exactly what would be there. But the Parks Department will follow Parks policy and whatever's required other than what the committee imposes. We also showed what exists in the adjacent community, which is a good point to make, that people might want to know what's in their own community or what's in the community beside. So we showed, in addition here, Southland Park had basketball and pickleball, the latest rage, of course. Playground, shelter, swing set, monument shelter, as well as, of course, the lake and just the green space itself. So the mesh, the entirety of the area is well planned, and will make good connections between those amenities. We were asked to clarify everything in the surrounding adjacent to this proposal. What's going on adjacent to this proposal? It's a good ask. How do things work? How are they going to connect? So again, in this slide, like the other one, the heavy blue street is the collector street network, both in this proposal, and we shared the context of the adjacent proposal, which we don't control. It's important to keep noting that it's not within this application. Roundabouts, fantastic new way of helping people not stop at stop signs, but continue moving in a safe way through intersections, so both inside this proposal and outside it.
Grant, just jump back to that.
Sure.
And this won't count as part of your time.
Thank you.
But the road, Dawson Road, like, you know, the most southern roundabout there, I guess I would call it on Dawson Road and their main collector coming out. If you go, you kind of right there, yes, thank you. And going southeast on that towards Plessy. What was Public Works' thoughts on that? Like, you know, I'm thinking that road is somewhat redundant. Is there a way to just get rid of it? Like, why do we want through traffic coming from the arm of Springfield into the city along that road? What was the feedback? What was the thought on this?
There was no feedback suggesting that it would be redundant or should be closed, and our transportation study didn't look at that. It doesn't need to be the scale of a collector street, but it was to remain as a smaller street to provide a connection to Plessy's, a second alternative connection. And that's the feedback. That's what our transportation study has looked at, and that's what we expect to be required.
Was there a lot of traffic volume that was going to be generated based on this development?
There wouldn't be lots. I mean, lots is a pretty,
right.
We all, who knows what lots mean, but there isn't enough that it warranted becoming a collector scale street. So it's a lower volume connection, but provides an additional connection into precinct J.
And are you being obligated towards doing an upgrade on that?
Yeah.
And I guess ANS or the developer to the north has to pay their share.
I believe so.
Yeah.
You're sure what's
Well, their share of their side of the road.
Dawson.
So they pay half one lane, you pay one lane, and all the upgrades on either side.
And
So that's something that I'm prepared to take out. I don't see the benefit of that because frankly, I see that as nothing but a hindrance in the future. Why would we want to encourage that? Not only that Plessy is not upgraded. You have homes backing onto the back of it. In the past, we dealt with nothing but headaches. Qualico's development, Harborview Phase 1 and 2. There was a street there called Ham. It was gravel. Nothing but headaches from residents. You built home or bought homes backing onto Ham, gravel blowing into their backyards as people drove. I learned the hard way on that one. So it's something that's a fairly extensive road. That's a decent length. And that's something that I'd be prepared to eliminate out of the DAS said, or out of the, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. If that's, you'd be amenable to that.
I believe there are requirements for other services in portions of that road, so I don't think it can be closed.
The right of way not closed, but I'm just thinking the road not constructed, right? You know.
I understand, and again, it's not something that's been analyzed. It's not something that Public Works has suggested. So I don't know what that impact would be.
And just for clarification here for the people listening, just for clarity and simplicity in terms of explanation, Plessy Road at this point in southeastern Winnipeg, Plessy Road is the division between the city of Winnipeg and the RM of Springfield. And that is.
Yeah, and that's another headache. That's a good point, Councilor Shire. That's another headache we have with these boundary roads. Who maintains them? How do they get maintained? And it's, you know, we point to the RM points back to us. Ironically, the RM sometimes when we had to deal with Gun Road when it was not upgraded, the RM Springfield was actually more proactive than the city of Winnipeg in maintaining it. Even though it was technically our boundary road, but under the legislation, apparently it's dual responsibility, even though it's physically inside one municipality versus another. But it's an issue, it's a problem, and I guess my understanding is that the alignment of Plessy is going to change anyway in the future. And, you know, they haven't sorted out what the extent of the Aboriginal Mi'kmaq, where that's coming out, how's that connecting to Fermor. And in light of those issues not being addressed, but there is some sort of plan for it to go and connect. I don't see the benefit of you spending money building a road. I understand the right of way has to be named, but I don't see the benefit of you spending the money on that section. Matter of fact, I see a disadvantage to it.
Something for sure for us to consider. Maybe we can go through the presentation.
Yeah, I apologize. I just wanted to raise it. So
Thank you.
I think we have 6 seconds on the clock. We might need to ask for a couple.
I'll move an extension of another 5 minutes.
Sure, well, we've been asking questions during your presentation, so
I'll just move it.
Thank you. Was 5 minutes?
Sure.
Thanks, Blake.
please continue.
Thank you.
We were asked to clarify the location of transit facilities. I did, I just moved through. And again, bus stops are not determined, but we put our logic to where they might be anticipated. And that's what we see on this drawing. There is a bus route through Southland Park. There would be a bus route through this corridor. I don't believe buses would be traveling between the communities on, certainly not the large buses, but again, that would be for transit to confirm. They don't like to travel on collector roads as a matter of policy, so that street not being a collector road.
Local roads.
Pardon me, they don't like to travel on local roads, they just misspoke. Too many words, too many roads. We were asked to clarify the maximum number of units, so we projected, maximum number of units in the different zoning types, which are shown on this drawing. That was informative for people. Those densities show up in the traffic assessment. That's how you make your traffic assessments. So fair enough to sort of want that next level of detail and sort of project out, how many units does go with a multifamily medium development. So we provided that information. It's all, for lack of a better word, normal. There's no outlying development pattern here. It's a sensible suburban community with the added density that our city needs. We added this table to show those units, so this just relates as repeated information on the map. Then we were asked to clarify parking lanes and off-site traffic patterns and so forth. So that's what we showed on this site, but I've spoken about traffic already, so we won't keep dwelling on that one. But this is the extra information that was requested. We zoomed in on a part of the collector road because the committee wanted to see how does this work, how would this work. So in this drawing you can see the two travel lanes, the curb extensions that pinch those travel lanes to help people slow down, help people get across the road without playing Frogger running across the traffic. And then the parking lanes are indicated at the top of the drawing. And then for those who like to see things more in cross section, it's repeated at the bottom in a cross section view. So there you can see the travel lanes and the parking lanes, the trees and the light standards and the buildings beside them. So nothing unusual other than it is cutting edge suburban density, if you will, which is very much in fitting with policy and what we need to be doing in responsible use of land. And then we put it all together. This was a request that we could combine all those things we talked about, so we did. We made this drawing that summarizes everything in one view. And then we spoke to some of the clarifications that were requested, that there wasn't information in a graphic form, the traffic report being part of the development application that the city has in hand, information about paving Dawson, which Councillor was just raising, information about electric charging stations, information about concrete curb and gutter designs, information about the development to the north, which we've spoken about, looking about a fair formula for developers, Councillor had mentioned, and we've again referenced the cost sharing formula as determined through development agreement parameters, all of which we're okay with in the development agreement parameters. And then we arrive at today, Mr. Chairman. And so this is the new information, also for anyone in attendance to consider. And these are responses to last committee meetings set of information requests, which Councillor Wyatt at the beginning offered a summary for his position. I could just reiterate, if that's okay. There were 16 items requested from the committee to us between last meeting and this one. We've assembled information on all of them. That said, Councillor Wyatt is focusing the committee's attention on items 1, 4, 6, 7, and 15, which essentially are three topics. I would suggest item 1, we did submit the plan, so that's dealt with. Item 4 is having to do with what's in a park. What is the park amenity? I think that's still a question to the committee. Traffic tables is the second one. And then sidewalks and active transportation pathways is the third one, as well as, I guess there's 4 as an area charge that was raised. In terms of when I asked for clarification for those who had expressed concerns between last meeting and this meeting, i.e. the petitioners, really it was 3 topics, maybe 2, concern about that minor connection between Southland Park and this one. And then park amenities, some concern about what would be in the parks.
Extension?
Then moved.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
So with that, I was actually ready to conclude. Thank you for the extension. It's those 2 topics. Happy to talk about them, whether we can come to an agreement of terms or it's to be determined. Minor connection, the park amenities, and the idea of an area charge, which certainly Mr. Ward is prepared to speak to as well.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chairperson, do we have anybody here who's registered for information or opposition in the room?
No one registered to speak. Just for clarify, is there anyone here looking to speak in opposition or for information on this file? Seeing none.
All right, then we'll dive right in. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to give you kind of heads up. This is what I would like to do is I like to approve the application today with those changes that we talked about, dropping those items. I've written out schedule A, B, and C. I don't know what schedule we're on in terms of the letters now, but namely a schedule A, which outlines the traffic AT issues more or less kind of the biggest connection that I'm concerned. I think you've incorporated as well. Your Southern Link connection. I don't know if you can go back to your drawing. Right. The Southern Link connection. I just want to make sure that the timing in terms of both the sidewalk AT and the signalization is timely, because that's going to be an issue at that intersection. I.e. namely a sidewalk on one side, AT on the other. I don't want. I hope that the administration is not requiring you to install AT and sidewalk on both sides.
No, 1 and 1.
1 on 1, okay. And the timing of traffic light is something that I think has to come earlier rather than later. I don't know what your thoughts on that, but in terms of I don't know if you can go to the one where you have it on. You show the Southland Park kind of like a dot kind of thing. That's the one. Thank you. Oh, that one, yeah. I just use that drawing for all intents and purposes. Basically, that you have that inner circle there, kind of a somewhat offset circle with Southland Park. You see the roadway system, which is that 4 traffic tables. I just kind of randomly indicated, but approximate locations of 4 traffic tables, kind of 4 on the southern arm, or sorry, 2 on the southern arm and 2 on the northern arm.
Councilor, are you asking or are suggesting about putting traffic tables on the North South Collector Road?
I'm suggesting that Royal Mint and the other and Royal Mint Park Collector.
Oh,
Yeah, so where you come out there,
I'm
that
gonna
if you head northbound, let's say.
Yeah.
Right, that there's 1 traffic table approximately leading up to Royal Mint on the northern section and 1 on Royal Mint from
In Southland Park.
yeah,
From
exactly.
I see. Okay.
4 of them approximately.
On the blue solid line.
Correct. What I did is I don't know if you can see it, but I kind of just drew.
I see. Okay, that was
Approximate
in
location.
the Southland Park neighborhood, not this one.
Yeah, and then I've indicated on mine, Schedule A, the elimination of that section of road that I just talked about, that the agreement be amended accordingly, and that instead of building road, it's the decommissioning, cleaning up and an AT corridor with borders, traffic access, by either end. That would have meant I don't know if you would still need it. Well, I guess you can still put the roundabout there, but that would be your call. I guess we could still have it there and be a 3 entrance roundabout instead of 4. One second here. One moment. And then finally, or not finally, but then, and I'd like to see the traffic tables put in early at the time of issuance of early permits. I said permit one, but whatever that means. Then I have a Schedule B, which is speaking to your park plan. That, so if you go to your park plan, maybe. There you go. Where you have playground and shade structures, those, well, basically you have playground, where's indicated playgrounds. There's two places, which is your larger parks. I started and I put it down at the bottom, that the following subject area be subject to plan approval community shall include: 1, a junior and senior play structures; 2, a covered sitting area.
What, sorry?
Junior and senior play structures, that both of them, and 2, a sitting covered area.
Sitting covered. area.
Sitting covered area. A covered sitting area.
Covered sitting area.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, that the athletic field is subject to EKT plan approval. That's a big deal. That in the entire development, the timing of which will be determined by the developer and the city cooperation, but not by this community committee. There shall be included one off-leash dog park that includes a small and large dog enclosure, subject to EKT plan approval with the design. And also that the proposal shall include a fence. I got all this written out, by the way. Thank you. Click notes, if you can read my writing. A fence, basketball court, pickleball court, one facility only. Same in nature to DAS at 34 of 24, 2024 that we just dealt with prior to your hearing. Subject to EKT. And that's that. And then jumping Schedule C, I call it. And I know this was some concern by Mr. Ward at the last hearing, but I just think it's important for the sake of transit and understanding. I know you worked hard on this. I just want to make sure transit has the option. I know you have that road connection there on that park and you wanted to do that design, and I know you worked hard on it. And my concern is that in the event transit's issue, what I've heard is even with the on-demand service, the issue they have is on roads that are not built to the so-called 10-meter wide standard. You have parked cars, transit buses have difficulty getting in and out. On demand actually now requires access to side streets. That the connectivity to Southland Park that you're creating is kind of undermined or lost, or not lost, but undermined by not having that road that fronts onto that the smallest northern part being a 10-meter wide, right, giving them the option in light of the fact that you have a 10-meter wide corridor there. And I realize that the portion of that corridor, which once enters into the lands known as Southland Park, is not upgraded to that standard. That would be kind of that the option there would be there in the event the city were to need to upgrade that connection and enhance that corridor connection from your development there. I'm not in favor of isolating one development or the other with each other. So I'm glad you have the connection, but I just think the connection should be strengthened. That's just my Schedule C. And then other than that, what I like to do is include the area charge. I'm not too sure on the timing of the Dawson Road stuff. I just might need administrative feedback on that. And then I'm gonna just put some commentary, more or less, for consideration going forward, not in terms of this application, but other applications. Number one, in the past, we've had DAS sets of this size and scale whereby there was very clear detail down to the streets outlining the amenities of the parks and playgrounds. And I guess I'm going back to the hearing of 2013, I think it was, when we approved a similar size and scale development known as Devonshire Village, Devonshire Park, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And we actually broke down the phasing. So there was a detail, number one, there was a detailed phasing plan, there was a detailed parks playground plan, there was a detailed sidewalk plan, AT plan showing all locations. There was not detailed transit routes, but that should be something that should be done now, in light of what's going on in the world. There was detail on off-site servicing requirements in terms of that development that was actually was. There was detail on phasing, as I just mentioned. There was detail on, there's no, again, this is something that really doesn't involve you guys, but we've been hammering away at here, which is the standard to change our standards to allow for asphalt road construction and concrete construction. Again, this is a commentary I'm going to be giving, not making it an amendment to your application, but rather putting it on the record because it's never getting addressed. And now we keep building housing developments with concrete roads that we can never maintain. And then zero information again now with regards to we've got all this HAF money coming forward for affordable housing. We're not addressing that. Whether the city compensates the developer to acquire lands for future affordable housing or the province and the federal government projects. There's nothing in these developments saying anything about that. And there's nothing in these developments also talking about obligations, not obligations, let me rephrase that. No, let's say obligation, but obligation upon government to step up with regards to all the money that's coming forward with the carbon tax. There's no funding for electric charging stations. There's no funding for car share. Yet the governments are collecting millions, billions. All these issues are outstanding. And what's ironic is that what I'm naming here is stuff that some of this was addressed previously in hearings. And now all of a sudden it falls off the table. It's almost as if we have to reinvent things every hearing or every few years. And that shouldn't be the case. There should be a standard, especially of the development of this size and scale. Not to slow down the application, but rather to make it easier for the applicant to know what the requirements are, what the goalposts are, and so that they don't continually change. But also that there's an obligation on the city to, start addressing these issues that the city that seems very reluctant. Ironically, we have a policy arm of the city that's trying to address these things. But when it kind of rubber hits the road and we come forward with new applications that actually impact transit, that actually impact the climate, that actually impact all these things, we don't see it addressed. And yet council has approved detailed in 2015, a detailed active transportation corridor plan, right down to sidewalks that are missing in small stretches of the city, all over the city. And yet we don't require it at time of application. And so I find that frustrating, to say the least, that these issues are going unaddressed. And I put that back on the city. So anyway, those are my comments.
Clarification, you mentioned concrete road as opposed to a concrete street. Don't mean to be nitpicker.
No.
But in this case, would you mean concrete road or concrete street? I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
there is a bit of a difference, Dawson Road, plus it's runs, it tends to be more rural, not that it has to be. Um,
my biggest concern, Mr. Chairman, is, Winnipeg has been, according to our own public service department, referred to as the king of concrete. When other cities are allowing for asphalt road construction in subdivisions, there's debate about, I understand, public service pushing back, saying the ability to enforce, concerns about enforcement during the course of construction. Administration apparently has had issues where, and I don't think this would be the issue with this developer, but maybe other developers who are relatively new to Winnipeg or the business, installing a asphalt road with concrete curb and gutter with a sub base that is not up to standard, having to later rip out the road and put in a proper sub base to maintain or to ensure that the asphalt has the support that it needs compared to a concrete road. I guess to me, those are issues that can be dealt with in terms of enforcement, but the long-term cost to the city is the city's inability to maintain the concrete. The city has eliminated its thin bituminous overlay program that existed in the last capital budget prior to the one we passed this year. And the TBO program, even prior to when it still existed, was inefficient. It was not a significant amount of money based on the needs of the city. It was inadequate. But nonetheless, that's now gone, which makes it even harder for us to maintain asphalt. In 15, 20 years, these streets start to deteriorate. That's when you apply a TBO program prior to they starting to deteriorate. And why are we not considering what they do in every other city, including in the Red River Valley? So those are my comments. Yeah.
fair enough, and those comments are stated for the record, they'll be there.
I'll be
They're
moving
in
these
the website,
amendments, so.
they're not necessarily for.
But that's more for a comment, that's not an amendment on the application, let me rephrase that, that's more about statement of
Vision for the
information, or, why that the planning department needs to, and all departments of the city need to be flagging this, and that they have to be building as part of the policy when it comes to reviewing an application, and that information be submitted to the developers, not to slow down the process. And by the way, at the last council meeting, I moved which you're probably not aware of, notice of motion that requires the public service to process your applications within 90 days, get it to a hearing, and within 90 days following to get it to executed development. There are discussions now in years on how to do that a lot. So that idea. So you have my support, and I've been on the other side of the fence prior to the facts. Anyway, yeah. Because I know what's happening now. Your application has been not accepted. So it's getting around the legislation of processing it within a period of time. Well, it's not an accepted application yet because you haven't ticked off all the boxes. Until those boxes are ticked off, then the clock kicks in. So it's a bit of a loophole. That's gotta go. That's gotta go.
We're going off for commentary today.
Lot to digest. Councillor Wyatt, just, we did touch on the issue of area charge. Any further comments you wish to make on that, or you wait later in
Well, I think I'm hoping they comment on everything I said.
Well,
And I mean, we have a discussion about it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're prepared to offer some comment.
Yeah.
some comment, fair enough. I don't have any expectation. I think we'll be dealing with that, digesting that over the time to come. But if you want to know what Councillor White thinks, there you go. Some comments on the record. And carry on, sir.
Okay, I'll defer to Mr. Warren.
Thanks. So just bear with us if we missed one. Appreciate it being pointed out, but I've taken some notes. I've got it as 4 specific items that may be proposed as amendments to the original recommendation, essentially from administration. The second last one that was raised, I'm gonna deal with them a little bit out of order. Dealing with the park fronting housing in the northwest corner of the neighborhood. And yes, that was a proposal where we'd like to try to introduce some different forms of housing, still with access and views of amenities. But to your point, Councillor White, if that does become a connection necessary for transit, whether it's for a local service or for an on-demand service, that doesn't significantly detract from our community. If we make that a wider road, it will be a local, wider road. The homes will still front on that smaller street than a collector. We'll still enjoy a view of the park. We'll still have significant eyes on the park, safety, all of those other issues that are nicely supported with that. So I don't have a concern with that change that you're asking for.
Yeah, okay, and so just on that point, if I can interrupt you there, Brian, so would you be amenable to 7.5? Like, what is that right away right now that you're proposing? What would be the change? It looks less than a 7.5, never mind a 10.
It would be closer to currently a back lane right of way,
I
which for
see.
residential would be around 6 meters as a right of way.
So would you
if
be
we were
amenable to 7.5 or 10?
Well, I think the thing to change it to not start encouraging additional traffic to use the cut through to Southland Park would be to make it match the local street right of way, which would be
I'm fine with that.
the same as, 1 block further north, sort of north of where that 5 is and south of the
Yeah,
1.
that's fine.
So
Got them to make a copy of what I wrote, we'll have to change it.
It's just as a local street,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
fine.
would be the thing that makes sense to me.
Okay, sounds good.
So that was, I had sort of noted as in your notes, a Schedule C. And then jumping to a Schedule A, you made a couple of different comments, and one of them was to do with the timing of the improvements for Abinogi-Mikina, which, that road connection, the servicing that goes within it, the AT path and the sidewalk, those would all be some of the very first pieces of infrastructure that would need to go in before housing could start, because that will be the access for housing. Certainly, we would be on site doing underground work, earthwork prior to the construction of that, but there'd be no way for builders to begin homes until that road connection was complete. From a lighting perspective, or not street lighting, but traffic lighting, I don't have any concerns with the timing. Typically, we follow a Public Works requirement that they require or allow us to install traffic signals when the warrant at the intersection is met. And so the number of vehicles moving through the intersection. Now, it'll be a little bit odd because right at the beginning, there won't be traffic going to the north because no one will have moved in yet. But we've have had some success with Public Works in looking at intersections. I'm thinking of an example in Sage Creek, where development is anticipated and looking at an anticipated warrant rather than the one on today. If we went out there the day after Abinogi-Mikina was built, the day after the connection to Abinogi was built, there wouldn't be any traffic to the north for the traffic count. The warrant wouldn't be met, but that's not really the best indicator. We need to look at some point in the future, and we'd certainly work with Public Works to see that light go in. It's going to be needed early. It's going to be a busy intersection. I don't have concerns with the timing of that.
Okay. And just a question on the AT on either side. I mean, this is not on you, it's more of another developer where I ran into this in my ward where the major collector road was constructed and then the sidewalk, in that case, the sidewalk came later. There was a school to the south and the residents are calling me, when's the sidewalk going in? And it was extremely frustrating because, I don't know why it wasn't put in at the time of the road. What was your planning on that?
So it's an awkward situation, and the difficulty, typically we can't build it at the exact same time because there are shallow utilities that are installed often directly below paths and sidewalks. Right. And the shallow utilities can't be installed, or the installers won't install them until the road is paved, since they want to work from the road. So the sequence is we will install the deep utilities, then the road gets excavated, then the road gets constructed. then the shallow utilities can be installed. And then, once it's settled and it's packed properly so that we don't have problems with cities dealing with settling sidewalks that aren't flat a couple of years later, we're able to put the sidewalks in. The only time when we delay beyond that sort of sequence is sometimes dealing with sidewalks and front driveways where there's conflict. And coordinating that can be a challenge with a bunch of home builders and a bunch of residents. The sidewalks and AT paths we're talking about do not have that situation anywhere. They're either on collector streets, they will flankage along blocks where there's single family homes, or they will be fronting where people do not take access with driveways, or they're on parks, or going through a hydrant corridor. So there would be no reason or intent to delay them beyond the practicality of the land is properly packed and settled on top of the trenches for the shallow utilities so that we can build a long lasting and durable sidewalk or AT path.
And then, so to that point, what would be the timing of the first phase of people moving in? Cause that's when the demand would be there. What would be, is there a way that we could link in the work? I mean, this is the awkward part about a development service agreement. Is there a way to link both the timing of the lights? I'm not excited about it because I know Public Works is warrant system. And that's what scares me. That there be a link somehow, and if you're open to that, which it sounds like, timing the warrants or not, timing your first phase and so many people moving in. We've done that in the past, like we did that on the previous application I mentioned about Gem Stars in Devonshire Park. Is there a way to kind of do a number on that? How many, ideally, if you were to say that people were to move in at a certain period of time, buy lots and the houses go up, we've got so many homes going to go up. We're talking 25 permits being pulled for homes, or I don't know.
Yeah, so I think timing wise, excuse me. We would hope if with approval to be servicing in this area in a very minor way over the winter still, this coming winter, and servicing in a much bigger way next construction season.
Okay.
So we would hope to, at the soonest, really by early fall of next year, have roads, underground services, shallow utilities installed or close to be installed, the plan registered, and have lots created that could be sold to builders.
Okay.
And so that would allow builders to be trying to apply for permits early winter of next year.
2025.
Right.
So that means people aren't gonna be moving in until 2026 at the very start.
Correct. So typically, we would see then the first homes opening as show homes in the parade of 26. And the first occupancy is probably later than that in 26. So it would be the early winter of 26 would likely be the first significant sort of occupancies. There might be one or two that are a little quicker than that.
Does that give enough time for the settling of the ground and all that to put the AT in?
That would be a very technical question that I'm probably not the best person to answer. I think the way that the ground would need to be packed, and I think it's doable that the AT paths and sidewalks along the collector within the first phase are aligning with the first occupancies. Yes. Seasonality, just this year as a good example, we're way behind in paving because the spring was so wet and it was really hard to move mud around. It was really hard to put base in, which has delayed our roads in a phase of Sage Creek pretty significantly, which delays occupancy, which then delays our ability to build things like sidewalks and developer fences and all of those. Barring, seasonality and weather, I think the timeline that you're talking about is achievable along the collector.
So to be safe, would it be fair to word it along the lines of that the sidewalk and AT path and traffic lights be installed no later than the end of the 2027 construction season? That gives you a good year for everything to settle, and knowing full well that people have moved in. Some people might have moved in, but it's not going to be an overwhelming.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the lights. You'd made a comment within the Schedule A, the transportation group, about tables within Southland Park. Tabletops are not something that we've proposed in this development or since a couple of previous developments on collector streets because we haven't been successful in having them approved. Along collectors or those higher order streets with buses and with emergency vehicles, we've had to remove any grade changes within the public streets that have been proposed by us in previous. So in this one, we haven't proposed any. That's really the only comment I have to make about that, is we haven't been successful in doing that. The second, or B, schedule, so that was it for the transportation one, as I heard from you, Councillor.
Other than the elimination of Dawson Road there.
Yeah, which I spoke to earlier.
Okay.
I don't really.
Okay, you have no opinion one way or the other. Are you, would you object to the requirement to be eliminated?
I don't have, I just truly don't have an opinion. We
Okay.
will, as you said,
You have neither opinion.
putting AT along there, which it creates a connection to our path network, which I think is important. I would not want to lose that.
Right.
The future connection south, that's shown on this line with the dash line for AT, that would eventually make it down to, there's actually an entrance angled out of Sage Creek at the south end, and we've left an access point angled out towards Plessy at the south end of this new neighborhood. I think those are important connections, and eventually, hopefully, we'll connect to an east-west Abinogi-Mikada corridor. But that's the extent of my comments on that piece of Dawson. Okay, so with that, the third thing, moving on to B, as I had it, was focused around the playgrounds and our map. And you know, this policy, or the current policies, and I think this was mentioned previously at this committee, the policies around what developers do and the standards and the expectations were updated, from my perspective, very significantly with the current development agreement parameters from what we used to do. And we used to grade level and sod. That was the standard. That's what was done for really every development as an obligation until these new parameters were adopted less than a year ago. Those new parameters added in a requirement that the developer grade level and sod and provide core amenities as defined by the city's policy or draft plan or current plan. Lose track of all the plans, but the recreation plan. And so they require that we install core amenities, and they require a different calculation for dedication space, which has resulted in additional dedication than would have been provided under the previous policy. And we no longer get credit for any of the land that's sloped as part of the retention basins. And this is not supposed to be showing areas, but generally, just from an illustrative purpose, there's a darker green line on these maps. So those areas sometimes in some developments counted for park dedication. Sometimes they were 25%, sometimes they were 50, sometimes they were out in
Donna Beaton area, remember well.
both do. And so that has been cleaned up and does not count towards our dedication.
It
So
does not.
that's correct. So
So
that
you lose that land.
we do now under the new policies. And so that new development agreement parameters sets out a new criteria for us as developers, and a clear criteria for what our obligations are and what counts towards dedication and what doesn't. And so what we've proposed, we feel very much meets those requirements. It meets the dedication requirement without counting the slope land. So to your point, yes, there is more land being given up by developers for the park space and for the ponds than there used to be. It's not a huge deal. It's a good thing. It will help the city achieve its goals for more park space. And there are requirements for us to provide the core services, which include, and I might get this wrong, someone will correct me, I believe it's a seating area, I think is how it's stated, within, I believe, 1,000 meters of every single home. and a play structure, and it doesn't give a lot of detail, I think within 600 meters of every home. And the intention is that that's measured both within and beyond your development to acknowledge that neighborhoods have amenities within. And so that's why the locations that are proposed where they are in concurrence with, I guess, the parks folks about making sure that our amenity spaces are spread throughout the community to provide a close access for every resident. In addition to those two spaces, there's an additional requirement for an athletic field. And typically, we used to grade level sod, and that was it. What we're being asked for now, in addition, is a significant upgrade to really the quality of the soil for an athletic field. And so there's a significant amount more of topsoil installed where athletic fields are intended to go. So there's a significant cost change to providing that space for the athletic field, which everyone will hope results in an athletic field that lasts much longer, that's easier to maintain, and that we can keep using. I know there are some in neighborhoods around the city, including our own, that don't seem to meet the standards needed to provide an organized sports play area, and they sit unused. And so those are all changes that have come out of the parameters that we are more than happy to meet. But that's where we think it makes sense. That's what we've applied for. Those are the amenities that we are being directed to invest in. We haven't come back with a detailed plan of what the play structure will look like, what the shade structure will look like, but we have identified that there will be, one is labeled a picnic area rather than a shade structure. I'm not sure why we labeled it different, but the intent is the two seating areas, one in the north, one in the central large park, a play structure or playground in the central large park, and in the western park, we would have the play structure, play space, or unorganized play space, as well as the playground, plus the athletic field, which is sized to accommodate a full-size soccer pitch. So that's what we would propose. That's what we would hope and ask the committee to approve as our park amenities. And then that leads well into D, which is the area charge. And that
Before you jump to that.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay. So I agree with you. I was kind of confused about the picnic area too, because I didn't know what that meant. But I mean, if you're suggesting it's, the idea is it's another shelter or sitting area.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to eliminating that completely, because there's an element here where the city is putting in all these shelters and sitting areas, and then we're gonna have to maintain it going forward. We don't do a very good job. And so
We don't do a very good job of.
well, we don't do a very good job maintaining our parks and playgrounds and roads and everything, but anyway, that's goes beyond the same. So I would say that I'm fine with eliminating that completely from here. And then in terms of the athletic field, what I have seen and found is that, especially in some of the new areas, that there's not a lot of activity or program that's taking place. And I agree with you that there's a cost involved with, and I agree with you regarding the development standards that were recently changed. That I'd be prepared to, I guess, flip that athletic field obligation to the dog park obligation, so that you're not completely having to do two, so that, make up for that fact, because I do know that those are actively used. Now, whether or not you put the dog park there at some point, the other major park, I'm fine with that. But just the elimination of the obligation of the athletic field, because I have not seen any activity in a lot of these new developments, and it really has to come down to the community club programming and everything, and a lot of the community clubs are not programming on their existing. And anyway, your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are, we have proposed this based on the feedback we've received from the Parks Department and the core amenities that they articulate. If certainly as a committee of council, if you want to request that we do different amenities rather than what they've defined as the core amenities, I mean, that is to me within obviously what you can do as a committee, and make that recommendation. I appreciate the idea of changing the amenities to reflect the community rather than continually adding amenities. Because as we just add, we create problems for the city for maintenance, we create problems for us with cost, which in turn turns into more expensive homes. So
What would be your, if we were to flip the athletic field, like there's two things, right? There's this pickle, like I mentioned, the pickleball basketball court versus the off-leash dog park. What is your preference if we were to eliminate the athletic field and it'd be one or the other? Either an off-leash dog park for some other dogs or basketball / pickleball court. I mean, any thoughts?
it's a tough question. Dog owner that likes racket sports, I don't know.
Well, I don't, yeah, that is a tough one, I know.
Would
I
you
mean,
talk about using a paddle?
I mean, my experience has been that, like, as long as you have the advertisement of the area that this, for example, shall be, ironically, they both have some, you know, the people will know it's dog park coming into the neighborhood, right, before they buy the lot. And apparently according to our public service, the pickleball courts make noise that people don't like. I don't know if that's true or not, but apparently they do.
I have heard complaints.
Yes, so I don't know, what are your thoughts on, what would you prefer in terms of marketing? I mean, I don't know, ever since COVID, everybody's got a dog, it's always COVID out there.
Everybody's got a dog, and I don't, you know, as a dog owner, I don't go to dog parks. I walk my dog on leashes, and that's
Okay.
how I enjoy spending time with them outside. But I do understand that lots of people do enjoy dog parks, and I don't have a strong opinion. If you really forced me, I'd probably lean pickleball. I think people will hate me for that, probably.
So maybe if the committee left it open-ended for you to.
I think that would be,
Okay.
if the committee's desire is that the amenities that are proposed be substituted for alternative amenities,
Okay.
that would be a desire we can work with.
Okay. No, that's fair.
Okay, and D, the area charge. And so the area charge is certainly something that, to me, is from an era before the development agreement parameters. It's from before the impact fees, and is not something that I'm supportive of. You are very much right, Councillor. We have always worked with communities, with our builders, to support amenities and investment beyond the parameters of development, and ensure that we have strong community organizations, residents associations, parents advisory associations or PACs that we can work with to leverage our support from council, support from other levels of government. And there is absolutely no reason we wouldn't be doing that in this community. We certainly would be, but an area charge is not something, to me, that fits with our current policy and direction, and the parameters that we've set up to provide that clarity to developers and knowing what we're responsible for, ensuring that we know ahead of time and that we can move forward in a predictable way with the administration and with our council colleagues. So that's my position on an area charge.
I appreciate that. I guess, I mean, this was something that was prior to you filing for the public hearing, so I wasn't speaking out of turn in terms of this matter being before the hearing. I had, a member of the UDI group, I'll be frank, it was ANS, who said, that we just want to have, an even playing field, right? Now, it wasn't myself as a counselor at the time who placed that area charge on AS. It was one of my predecessors for representing this area, Dan Vandell. And so
Passed by council?
and passed by council, yeah, for that development, as it is known now. I'm not too sure the name of it, but I just I'm trying to be fair on their request, that, and I don't think they're like, just so you know, they didn't do it in any way aggressive, or they don't see your development as a threat. They see it as a positive thing. I just want to make sure that's clear. And I think they just felt that the level playing field should be there. I suppose the other way of doing it is in the event they file an application, eliminate it altogether.
Well,
But it's hard for an elected official to do that when you have it, because then the public turns around and says, well, why did you let that go? Right? And that's then on me. So any kind of solution, like, I mean, GCWCC, which is the Greater Winnipeg, Greater GCWCC, the Greater Community.
General Council.
The General Council, the General Council of Winnipeg Community Club City Council. I mean, they receive, I think they too can issue receipts. I mean, anything you can suggest to be in line.
So I guess two comments. One is, as you mentioned, it was previous council, it was previous committees, previous policy. And again, I mentioned it, but I'll mention it again. Our commitment and our investment, because of the changes to the development agreement parameters, is significantly different than it would have been prior to the beginning of this year, when those parameters were changed. That doesn't go to the community center, but it does go to the recreational amenities in the community, which I believe that the motion originally was for that area charge, was that it be for recreational amenities in the community without a lot of specificity of exactly what it would be. Our investment in, athletic field or something else, the play structures, something else, the path system, the additional dedication, more than offset that value. From a specific condition of approval, as far as working with the community center, I would struggle to figure out how to craft that in a way that gives us the opportunity and flexibility we've had in working with those community groups in all of our neighborhoods, which we will continue to do. We will continue to work with the Residents Association. We'll continue to work with all of the rec centers in our communities, with the schools, to ensure that when they have projects, whether it's building play structures at new schools that are not funded as part of the schools, as odd as that seems, whether it is improvements to athletic fields, rejuvenation of adjacent schoolyards, we will be there to participate and support them. And sometimes that's work in kind, sometimes that's cash, sometimes that's contributions from our builders and from us that we can leverage funding from other levels of government. And we've done all of those things very successfully in the past and recently in our communities. And I look forward to the opportunities to do those. Really hard to put that into a motion and a condition. So I struggle that it's not I don't have a simple suggestion for your motion, Councilor.
Well, here's a thought, just to step back a minute, when the new standard prior to coming to council, I made a point of meeting with Mr. Pate, who was kind of the city lead in terms of developing it. And I expressed concern at the time that it was going to straitjacket council. He gave me the impression, not just the impression, he kind of said, well, he says so that it doesn't do that, that there is still the ability for community committee to weigh in, and I'm hoping that too, I'm sure you would have communicated. I'm hoping that was the case to your side of the table, so to speak. Now, having said all that, I hear what you're saying. And just kind of thinking off the top of my head, I think in the event that, and I think I will, that the elimination of that section of Dawson Road, in terms of its obligation on you, that maybe the terminology would be, and that's how we would do it, so that there is not an extra cost to you, and at the same time, it does not set a precedent. At the same time, it does not eliminate, or it somewhat addresses the issue raised to the north of you, and that is the net difference in terms of the road construction, because we know the cost of road construction in terms of the standard of design there now. So in other words, we're going down from building you having to build one lane of a concrete road to collector standard. We're eliminating that completely. It's just the AT path, which is already an obligation that you have in that section, so that's not new. But that difference up to a maximum of $495,000, which happens to be the number affected by the area charge for your land, up to a maximum of that. If the event that section of roadway that you no longer have to construct is that value, right? Up to a maximum of 45, that then said area charge would be applied in lieu of. And that would then, if the benefit is beyond that, and it probably would be, then you would see the net difference. Some thoughts?
Just for clarity, just so make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Suggesting that the committee might put, or you might put forward a motion to remove the obligation for construction where, and the solid green line is the AT path, but in the section of Dawson right there where there is only a solid green line, not where there's both green and purple. And that the value of that removal of that obligation be given to the rec center up to a total of $500,000 maximum.
495, which is the number that's from public service, and that would be
That's what you're proposing, just so I'm.
Winnequa Community Club, which is specific to the motion that was in the that's right, to the north. And keep in mind, you'll still have the cost involved of eliminate, like, well, you're gonna have it anyway if you were to put a concrete road. My apologies. If you were to put a concrete road there, you would have had to eliminate the existing road, right? You'd have to, so the only thing there that you'll have new is the landscaping, which would be shared to the developer to the north as if you were to put the road in, right? And so I think the cost would be significantly less than putting the road in, but we could be wrong. So yeah, that's my suggestion, yes.
The suggestion is that the cost savings be directed to the community center up to a maximum.
Of 495.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
It's I mean, it's something, I think if that's the will of the committee and you make that motion and it passes, it's certainly something we can think about, and it's not something I'd heard until today, so there's a lot of thoughts today, but appreciate the willingness to be creative.
Yeah. For sure. Okay, appreciate, and I appreciate the response. Thank you.
All right, I've got a few questions. Councillor White asked.
Was there anything else?
Oh, yeah.
That's all I have, no, yeah,
That's all I had as well. So, thank you.
That's it? Are you sure, Councillor White? All right.
I think so.
All right.
Probably not, but.
Fair enough. In fact, in this process, you actually took away some items in today's.
Yeah, let's make it simple.
All right, well, I can't say that, Councillor White, but I am supportive in principle and today in terms of how you've carried through this meeting.
I'd like to get home by dinner.
Well, yeah.
I gotta walk the dog.
I've got another meeting to get to myself, but having said that, this is what I'm most paid to be here to do, no doubt about that. So, due diligence. Councillor Wyatt asked about if you had any opinion about clarity when it came to removing Dawson Road within the development, or cutting Dawson Road from Plessy. Was it cutting off so you can't, so Dawson Road would still be there, but you can't access it from Plessy? Is that what you wanted?
Removing the developer's obligation for that section of.
Oh, just removing the developer's obligation to it. So it remains the obligation of the city, but not the developer.
No, eliminating it. The road right of way would still be, the right of way would exist because my understanding is there's utilities in the area.
Like that.
But that it's no longer built. It's eliminated as a road, be landscaped, the active, matter of fact, the AT path to be moved away from the backs of the homes that was being proposed on the land that is now owned by Qualico. It could actually go down the road right away, which is actually a good thing because a lot of folks don't want their fence painted up and everything else. You know, they just like that separation.
All right.
And anyway, yeah.
As long as it's understood by the applicant. I'm going to these three.
My understanding was that last segment where, again, within this drawing, there's only the solid green line on Dawson Road
Right.
would become really a public, it would stay as a public road.
But
it would- This is just what I understood. It was from that roundabout out to Plessis. It
Yeah.
would stay open as a public road. It would no longer be accessible to vehicles. It would only be an active transportation right of way. And that would allow for the continued connection into our community in the south, to the PR north of Dawson Road, and the future connection south for AT down to Abinogi-Mikana, but there would be no vehicle access within that section of Dawson. And some of the other discussion suggested that the cost savings by removing the obligation for construction of the concrete road in that section be directed to the rec center that serves the area.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my head around this one. Councillor Wyatt, did you mean removing the entire road? Because if I look at the street that goes from Abinogi-Mikana route and goes directly north from there, goes directly through the development, and then seems to necessitate going left, going northwest through Dawson Road. This is a major job in order to access Fermor.
It's only the section to the southeast of the.
Yeah, that's all that Councillor Wyatt's talking about.
Yes,
Councillor
that's
Wyatt,
right here.
that's the only part you're talking about.
Just
here.
that section.
That's the only section you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Because you said you had no opinion about it, it's too much to be able to comment today.
Going the other way, I would have lots of opinions. This section,
Yeah.
I don't have, if we were closing Dawson Road all the way up to Fermor, we'd have some problems.
Can't say I've got ESP,
And-
but I do, you'd have something to say, all right, fair enough.
Well, and I, whenever contemplating, just so the committee knows, whenever contemplating a closure like this, I mean, I don't take it lightly. The first thing I think about is emergency vehicles and emergency vehicle access. But knowing the area, we don't have a situation here, for example, where we have the Yarmouth Springfield on the other side. We do not have a fire hall on the other, when I say the other side, east of this location. Our fire hall is to the southwest, also in the Falco development. And in terms of hospitals, ambulance coverage, that as well moves more in a westerly direction, if you like. And I guess the other part of that is the plan for the AT was already there. So we knew that was gonna be an AT connection, we're just formalizing, and just the experience of both these roads that are gravel. Just so you know, by the way, because it was not necessarily your hearing, and it was dealt with in, I think we were meeting in July, our special meeting in July. We eliminated another section of Dawson Road, which is that section along further to the east, which was an obligation, by the way. I think it was on ANS and yourself, or I can't recall whose obligation that was. It was an ANS obligation to put the road, that section to be eliminated. Dawson Road. It was gonna be on.
It is Louis Sherwood's obligation for be adjacent to his property, and then it becomes ANS obligation as it moves through their area.
I see. Okay, so that doesn't affect you at all then. Okay, very good. I wasn't aware.
Now, when it comes.
So we're being actually quite similar in terms of obligation. So ANS has to pay a area charge they never would. According to development standards, we don't have in place today. And we eliminated the road there. We're asking the same thing, we're eliminating the road. Okay, interesting.
But we did not eliminate the bylaw.
I never thought of that.
We've never, we eliminated, have previous bylaws, subsequent bylaws or plans negated officially the area charge bylaw.
Well, there's no area charge bylaw.
There is no area charge bylaw, so
Not
when
that
we
I thought. We
refer.
have the ability to have it, but there's not a bylaw, right?
All right, so that was, we refer.
Ever since the impact,
Well, that's what I'm asking,
Very
ever
fair.
since the impact fee. Because I did ask, was it passed by council? You said passed by council, that brought forth by my.
It was
kind
a
of a-
one-off passed by council through development agreement at the time.
And it was not a permanent bylaw, it was a specific bylaw that is not.
Tied to the application. It was-
So we still regularly use area charges. They are defined in what their scope is, and their obligations. And they are typically done at the ACG or during this public hearing.
And is it, just a quick question, I mean, this is kind of an off line, but is the Charleswood transportation levy still in place?
Yes, it is.
And it's still collecting money on developments that are occurring?
And we're spending it.
Look into that. Ask the area councillor about that, or ask
With
public
the Charles Wood
transportation levy. Falco's quite.
There's
The good old CTL.
Yes,
Actually,
I think they won a lawsuit against the city. Yeah, and it got some land in Transcona that Eric and I fought over, we made peace in the end.
There's a great report for the Ridgewood Transportation Levy from 2013 that is in.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Again, if you want to see an example, it outlays what obligations fall within the area charge and who pays.
So there has been more than one precedent set, I guess. is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we do it all, in this case, I'm just trying to
Well,
understand.
we're trying to do it cooperatively,
I'm just trying to understand.
unlike the Charles Wood transportation. Anyway,
All right.
good old
Tell me
Bill.
about that,
Made rest.
obviously you don't, well, we didn't catch you off guard, Kevin, so, yeah. Anyway, in terms of, I'm just trying to understand the relevance of the area charge. It's not like we bring it up every development hearing, we don't. So in this case, it's something that is by virtue of the bylaw, it's wording, the prerogative of the hearing, the community committee to bring up whenever.
That's a good question. It's a good point.
All right, do we need an answer to that today?
There has been a precedent set as
This will be
well, I
one
mean.
off to further community.
Right, and so the difference between, for example, the area charge in Charleswood, which is for transportation purposes.
So maybe I should clarify a little bit. The area charges that we typically use are for just defined public infrastructure that typically the planned area benefits from.
Right,
Such as regional road networks, pipes that everybody needs to it's a way to alleviate some of the issues that we're encountering due to fractured ownership, where not a single landowner has enough to go in first. So it's a way to recoup costs that are disproportional.
I understand.
We don't typically use it for community centers that are outside of the planned area.
well, hold on, I hate to. No, we do have, the precedent set by council. Where we had an area charge that was applied, that was actually set up by Qualico years ago. But it was to be shared on more than one developer's land, which was Harborview South Phase 2. And the land is known as Devonshire, both Devonshire Park, which is north of the Transcona Boulevard. And Prairie, Crocus. So both sides of Pegwest, south of the rail line, CPR rail line. There was an area charge identified on those lands that were the equivalent to approximately $900,000. That originally was to be going, it was originally towards, as to your point, the upgrading of Concordia / Pegwest at the rail line. It was transferred with council support to Park City West Community Club, which they then used to do upgrades both to their basketball courts and to building splash pad. Approved by council, same area charge. Arguably, it was off-site, but at the same time, the community club area, for that area was within the catchment, as is what we're suggesting here too. So it's actually the exact same thing, other than the fact that the area charge here does not exist there, it did. And we were offsetting one for the other.
You're saying it doesn't exist here?
No, there's no area charge here right now. I'm suggesting the offset by the road.
$495,000, you gave a specific amount to a non-existent.
Well, it doesn't exist, and I'm suggesting be offset by the road. In that case, the area charge was established by one firm who was coming forward earlier than the Devonshire Park application, and it was, and the city agreed to the area charge and the fairness of it, and applying it to to other lands. Yeah, that's where it was at.
And just to further clarify, there is an area charge in place for this one being recommended by the public service for the Dawson.
Right, which
Right,
would
which
be,
is kind of-
well,
Might
and part of that would stay, right, because part of it would stay, part of it would be eliminated.
Why would part stay and why would part be eliminated?
Well, we're not eliminating all of the Dawson Road upgrades.
Right, because we're still gonna have an AT path?
No, because the section of Dawson Road from the southernmost roundabout further to the, as was pointed out by Mr. Ward, he would not want to see that section eliminated because their traffic studies, I'm sure, have indicated they need that access out to Fernmore.
Okay,
Right?
fair enough, as.
Matter of fact, I think it's a 3-lane turning signal there.
See,
It's so busy.
okay.
And I'm gonna have to take a health break as Council Schuyler talks because I have these wonderful diarrhea.
Fair enough.
I apologize.
I'm just gonna make a comment before we go. Closing off of the access to Plessy Road, didn't Jeff Bellotti win an election or something like that? I'm not saying it's the same thing, it could be the opposite.
But I think if we take a break and maybe I can confer with the public service, I think we're at a point of moving motions. I think we're kind of, unless Councilor Schreier, you have something urgent.
No, I just wanted these clarifications. I'm ready to go. Let's take a health break and.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, welcome back from the recess to the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee, September 23rd, 2024. We are in hearings, combined hearing of 2 and 3. And Clerk Karras, take it away.
We are still on questions for the applicants.
Okay.
Well, I don't have any other questions. Maybe this would be a nice opportunity for a public service to weigh in on any of the things they've heard. Provide commentary, suggestions, advice, or what have you. And
So I would like to just offer a couple quick comments and corrections. The 495 would be if you included the Manitoba Hydro land that is included within the planned area for the area plan.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, for the overcharge obligation. It was calculated based on their entire planned area.
Okay.
However, it's clear they're not developing the Manitoba Hydro corridor.
Correct.
So that probably should be subtracted. So the math works out to $24.75 an acre, $2,475 dollars per acre, and that comes up with a total of about 408.
That's fine.
Okay. As far as the deletion of Dawson Road South, I think it's a pretty big concern that you would be cutting off access to the rural municipality. The approach that Plessy used to have that connected to the number 1 has been removed in the last 2 years. Abinogi-Mikina is not punched through yet to Plessy Road. So in the interim, you would be asking people to access the RM from going through Sage Creek, which is a pretty massive detour.
Going through where?
Sage Creek.
Oh, there's an access point to Plessy Road via Sage Creek?
Yes.
No, there's not.
There's not. Okay, south of Sage Creek.
It's Perimeter Highway.
There is the service road.
So the Plessy still does connect to the perimeter, but you can't go left in from.
Right in or right out.
It's right in, right out.
Yeah.
Adjacent to the perimeter, there is a service road south of Sage Creek that does provide access to a couple of homes and a business that will continue. It is being closed at the service road is being closed at its far west end where it turns north. But that closure will not happen until the local street network of Sage Creek connects to the service road. So Plessy's south will still, or does still have a connection to the perimeter, not just providing clarity. And then it will connect to, I believe it's still called Catelco, is the service road. And Catelco will connect into Sage Creek. That isn't being closed, but there is no connection of either Ward or Sage Creek Boulevard to Plessy's. The collector system does not extend. There is space for a future Ward extension. If Ward is extended to the east into the RM, there is right of way, but there is no current road connection to Plessy's within Sage Creek.
So all that to
Just
say,
a quick procedural note that any material shared with the community committee does need to be submitted to the clerk.
Oh, I was just
As
gonna help
an exhibit, that's fine.
So no maps.
no matter.
Well, now, that was all.
Google Maps, a lot of-
But this is a massive increase in travel distance as well as putting traffic down roads that aren't. In the future, once this plan is constructed, you would then have people bombing down Plessy Road, which is a gravel road. Next to new developments, there will be an influx of complaints based on that. Having a paved connection all the way through the city, connecting to the RM, is probably the best way to alleviate that. Water and Waste would like to advise that regional treatment capacity is of concern, that if this does not
Well,
proceed.
hold on, before you go ahead, jump on that one, that's separate, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so just on that last point with regarding Dawson. So the institutional knowledge unfortunately becomes over time here, is that having said what you said, I acknowledge what you're saying there, Kevin. But two things I say on that, number one, the densities in terms of residential or even commercial in that area, or industrial if you want, are extremely low in the RMs, on the RMs land, extremely low, number one. To the point that it is still largely agricultural, the entire area, number one. Number two, the city of Winnipeg has already adopted as council policy the 2010 master plan, transportation master plan, which I shall submit as supporting documentation for my decision, which clearly outlines the extension of Aboriginal Mi'kmaq, which at that time was still called Bishop Brandon, clearly outlines the connection from basically where it terminates now we used to terminate at La Chimodier through to Fermor, meaning that connection through using Dawson is null and void, and the area that you're talking about that requires use of Dawson would actually go by Aboriginal Mi'kmaq. And what is interesting about this policy that council adopted is that it's not indicated as a short-term requirement, which by the way, back then was within 5 or 7 years, is indicated in a medium-term requirement, not even long-term, medium-term, which means that it should have been built by now, based on the policy approved by council. And therefore, it's not my fault council has not upheld their own policy, but the fact that policy has been established and that council should stick to their policy unless they want to change it. And that is going to be a supporting documentation in the light of what you put forward. And I hope Public Works acknowledges that. And that if council actually stuck to their plans and invested in new strategic infrastructure rather than relying, and again, I'm quoting the director of Public Works who had a last standing committee, which I sit on the committee, said that we are often turning our collector roads, which are deemed collector, into regional. Why? Because we're not even building the regional, never mind other major infrastructure cities build like freeways. And that is what really you're saying we do with Dawson for now, that the collector road actually becomes a regional road because this regional has not been built. So I respectfully understand what you're saying, but I, from a policy point of view, the city has to start walking the walk of their talk. So anyway.
for the interim, once Abinogi Mi'kmaq is constructed, if it's constructed, how it's constructed, this would be a different conversation.
Yeah.
Again, right now, it's not constructed, it's not on the short-term horizon.
Not my fault.
Yeah, not your fault.
And not yours.
No.
Council did pass the policy, live up to the policy, we would not be having this discussion right now.
Again,
So,
I'm
yeah.
focused on the immediate,
Okay.
and currently there is a need for it.
Yeah, but there's no issue from emergency vehicle work that you're aware of.
I have honestly not done, like, besides contacting Public Works on your first, after the 10 Mint Place.
Okay.
Royal Mint went through, we haven't done an in-depth dive. However, it does seem like we would like a traffic impact study. We would like to at least study it a little bit and review it before we decide that it doesn't need to be improved. This is our opportunity to get it paved. If it's not paved at this juncture, it probably will never be paved. So it will remain gravel.
But we're gonna eliminate the gravel, we're gonna eliminate a liability to
Okay.
the city, because we were supposed to build this, and we will build this, or something similar to it.
Yeah, again.
But anyway, one day, when we start planning our city and building our city property.
In reviewing the ACG, I would like to recommend amending in a condition for construct of Dawson Road. It's not as explicit as I would like.
Which clause are we referring to here?
Um,
And maybe that's another thing. The other thing we did, just FYI to the applicant in the last hearing of, which was the one, we were dealing with south of, west of Plessy, south of Dougal. we actually went through the ACG report point by point. If there was any issues that you saw that jumped out, I'd like to address them now. Takes a little bit longer, but it also is a chance for the public service then to, such as this, to raise them. So, which one,
Well, again, it's just not explicit. It's the,
which clause, which page?
So we have the area charge for the payment of it. And that is clause 11.
So I'm on page and the 30
Page
here.
37.
37, okay. Okay,
So there's the obligation to pay for it. I would like to add the clause condition to construct and or patient share. Just so that,
sorry, so that's under DI?
just 11 in general is about paying for the Dawson Road sales 50%.
And what, it's not identified, the developer, where the developer constructs and or pays.
Yeah, but
So
it's
what's
not identified that the developer constructs and or pays. So it's just where it kind of deals with what happens after the fact. We seem to have missed the initial requirement that the developer constructs and.
Do you have a new wording in mind? Could you be able to print that off for both the applicant and myself and the chair?
I don't know if I have the ability to.
It's a follow me printer.
Are there any issues with that, or do you want to see the wording? We'll go through this, I think, one by one.
I don't think it's a massive change from your expectations.
So,
It was just.
sorry, we don't have any concerns with the development agreement. It's as it was, or the ACP reported as it was written. If committee wants to go through it, that's fine. We with administration had dealt with any, typos or anything to that effect ahead of the hearing, which is why we're happy to have such a clean ACG report. So we didn't have any conditions. What Kevin is raising doesn't cause me any particular concern. I would, hate making a guess, but there is another development agreement out there that has an obligation in it to build. Creating two development agreements that have both the same sort of responsibilities gets a little awkward sometimes. The reality of us and a neighboring developer, the first person that's there that needs the road is likely the one that's going to build it, and the other one is going to pay that person back. And I think whether it stays the way it's written, or if Kevin has a change that makes administration more comfortable, that's our reality, and that's fine. It will get built by one of us or the other. We're not each going to build a lane, right? Because that's going to be awful. One of us will build it. The other one will pay that person back. And the parameters allow us to pay each other directly or through the city, and the city can help us with that if we need it. So I understand the intent. I understand how and what our responsibility is. I'm not concerned about the wording that's in there today. Kevin would like a clarification. I'm not, or if the administration, sorry, not picking on you, Kevin.
No, that's a good point. So then maybe we can get the wording of that and
Sure.
and then I guess the other question I had on that was or not question, more of a statement, is just coming back to the issue of Dawson, I guess. Is my understanding is, I don't have this confirmed in writing or anything, my understanding is ANS, the developer to the north, is planning to come forward or has come forward to the city with an application for amending their zoning agreement. That apparently there's something in the works, and that's where we would catch their obligation in that section of Dawson that we're eliminating. Is that right?
I'm not aware of an application.
I understand that apparently they were told that they can't make the application until your application is done with it. I don't know why we can't walk it through them at the same time. But anyway, that's what I'm hearing from people who are that way. So my office is already reaching out to them to see what's going on. But anyway, so I need to get clarification on that one. And I guess when I'm looking at it here, well, you got me looking. What is the obligation that in terms of Plessy Road that's being required of the developer here? Like, there's an obligation here that developer shall no expenses to city pay, it's a clause right after the Dawson Road obligation, on demand is share to construct Portland concrete, cement and Plessy. Where is that?
It's just for our frontage along Plessy, so it's an obligation to pay in cash, not to necessarily construct. So with the type of street that Plessy's or Dawson or honestly even something like Furmore, if it's there and built by somebody else, then we end up with an obligation to contribute towards that built street. If it's a street that may never be built, like Plessy's, we still have the obligation. But it's not an obligation to construct, it's an obligation to provide cash in lieu of construction.
So that means you have to issue a letter of credit that says for the city.
Or hopefully the city will let us just pay it out, so we don't have to secure with a letter of credit indefinitely.
Well, I wouldn't pay out, my advice would be not to do that, because I think a letter of credit, because what happens in the event that the city comes along and says, well, we're gonna have Aboriginal Mi'kmaq go right through, we're not gonna build that section of Plessy, we actually find that connection, we don't want it there, and then you'll have paid the city your money and it's gone, right?
Yeah, and that's the obligation, and that's the challenge that sometimes we face with obligations that extend beyond the length of a development. And the city has, allowed us to use both bonds and letters of credit to deal with some of those. And in some cases, like in Sage Creek, some of those very long obligations that are unknown if they will be built get folded over into something more immediate. Right. And that's how the first section of Abinogi.
And so let's say you pay the cash up front, it's not a letter of credit.
Yep.
And the city comes along years later and says, well, we're actually not gonna ever see that section of Plessy. Is that something that you can, in theory, revisit in another application on the road to get a credit, or do you do that, or how do you approach that?
I'm not sure. It's a challenge that I think is not necessarily completely clear with many obligations that developers take on that don't have a time frame on them, and what happens when the city's plan changes. We have in the past applied to amend a development agreement where we haven't paid out an obligation to either remove or change an obligation towards a road that's no longer in the transportation master plan, for example. And we have had support from admin council in some of those changes in the past. Others sit out there, and we have development agreement obligations back to the 70s that sit out there with security riding on them, waiting for a decision.
And so in the event, I guess I'm thinking here, would you object? I'll mention this public service as well, since we're talking with them here now. Would you object to the clause being, in terms of Plessy being maintained, but being amended with something to the effect that in the event Plessy were not to be constructed, that this requirement be waived, other than for potential active transportation connections that may be required in the area? And I'm just thinking in the event, because I'm looking at the transportation master plan, and frankly, I don't know if the city really wants to have, like, Plessy to the north has been discontinued, right? Why would we want to have that section? And now I see the NS development does connect to Plessy. Well, that's their issue. They would have to deal with Plessy and pave it going southbound, at least up to Dawson. But even in that section, I'm sure Dawson Road itself will probably be maintained going east or south, east. But further south on Plessy, whether that be maintained at all or required at all, it may be another intersection that's problematic to a so-called expressway called Mi'kmaq now, heading east. In the event that that's eliminated, in public works, they like to have as many connections eliminated, connections eliminated as possible. But are you amenable to an amendment like that in your?
It's an interesting concept, and one I think that we've raised, that often some of these style of obligations, it would be good to work with the city and administration about having timelines on them,
right,
so that after 30 years or 20 years, if this doesn't come to fruition, then perhaps that obligation shouldn't be there on as the responsibility of the development. I think that's likely a future conversation that we will have as an industry with administration and the development agreement parameters and the ongoing reviews and many other discussions, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think it would be, I don't have an issue with it in concept at all. I think some obligations for the city to be able to protect themselves and ensure that developers are paying their share need to be put on, but when those obligations do not come to fruition, it shouldn't just still be something that we have to pay. So, right. I think it's a very interesting topic that deserves more work.
But at a time when, and that's the other issue we ran into our last hearing on, but I mentioned back with the other application as well. I mean, I think we put a time frame on it. Yeah, so that you're not sitting there with a letter of credit, having to update it all the time forever, right? So. Okay, sorry, carry on. You were mentioning the water and waste.
So water and waste is identified for all developments over 1,000 units that treatment capacity should be flagged. So if this development proceeds over a extended time period prior to permits, water and waste would like to advise that permits will only be issued should there be existing wastewater treatment capacity within the system and regional.
Well, we ran into this in the last hearing too.
Yeah, and I think
It caused a lot of controversy.
as I mentioned, it's going, water and waste is advising this for everything 1,000 units and above. That there are some potential issues that could be on the horizon for projects such as this that are significantly delayed. And they just, they want it.
How many dwelling units in this case again?
Basically, it means that they can get their application, they get everything approved, but they can't pull a permit.
That's similar to
Potentially.
homes who applied for their application in 2013 and are yet to pull a permit. So should we have
Or they
reserved
do.
capacity for a decade?
Okay, well, you know what, I mean. The construction project up on the north end treatment plant's out of control, so why not? Right, I mean, I don't understand why we're doing that when we should be dealing with our combined sewer overflows, because
What sort of?
even when we spend 2 billion up there, we're gonna still be dumping raw sewage into the river. Why? Because the pipes are still combined. No matter what we've done with the treatment.
What sort of control? The north end sewage?
Your construction inflation, Councilor Schreier, your construction
Okay,
inflation.
so you said it this time, not me. Okay, fair enough.
Yes, so not your construction
It's
inflation, the construction inflation that you identified over and over again, yes.
It's
This is construction inflation on steroids up there, but anyway, all right.
My understanding is that you would like the active transportation and multi-use pathway right away, the public walk between block 5, block 2, and the public reserve A to be changed to a local street.
The northwest corner where the homes were to front on a park.
Well, that,
Pedestrian.
I just want to confirm.
that was gonna be a laneway type of street, it's now gonna be recommended for a 7.5 local street.
Yeah,
Okay, not 18, it's not 18 yet.
Yeah, no, it was,
It was.
but
Oh, it is 18?
It was as proposed.
Oh, I see, okay,
A path that would have, or a right of way that would have an AT path in it rather than a local street.
gotcha.
And it is not wide enough for a typical local street
So it's one or the other, makes sense.
How many dwelling units again?
that front on it.
no,
It's
you're-
total, sorry,
total.
12 to 1,500.
And then the traffic signal, your intention is to make a clause for,
2027.
could we consider perhaps a build-out percentage? Of
Fine with
phase
that.
one?
I'm fine with that if there's and I'm not, I understand what you're saying, that in the event, let's say the economy, we're in a recession, it actually hits harder than we think. And everything grinds to a halt and they still gotta put a traffic light in when they're not selling any homes, it makes sense, I agree, yeah, heaven forbid.
Would you like 80% of phase one build-out? Would you like?
50% of phase one is fairly large, right? If I recall, I can't remember.
It's, so phase one.
There's one in B, that's right.
Phase one is divided into A and B only because we didn't lot the B area. It's
Yeah.
only in blocks, so that would have to come back for a short form in the future. So I don't have an exact unit count in that area.
So if we said phase 1A, how many units in phase one? You don't have a unit count, okay,
We have phase
paper moving everywhere. Yeah.
No.
If it was something to align with the build out of phase 1A, I don't think I would have a concern with that because I think we will need to do it anyway. That will. Is also, yeah, no, it's a modest, sorry, Donovan, did you have a number?
No.
Or we don't have one?
No.
And the number won't be perfect because there are some one multifamily block that will likely have townhomes. We don't know exactly how many units.
Are those townhomes?
Most likely some sort of townhome on that block. We don't have a proposal that would come back with plan approval.
Okay, so if we excluded, let's say, unit count on phase 1A, excluding the townhome lands, 50%. If you say 50% or, and I'm assuming you're gonna be beyond 50%, because you're gonna go in and build the roads and try to sell all the lots and get it moving. But basically,
50% occupied, is that the?
I'm saying, well, it's hard for the city to track it by occupied, more the city
We
would
don't
do.
do occupied.
Yeah, it'd be based on permits pulled. I would say. You do based on permits pulled, is that what you do? Permits pulled, so, well, if that's the case, 75%. Permits pulled. Because that means that you would be in the ground and some people would be occupying more of it.
Yeah, no, and I don't wanna nitpick at it, my hesitation is, we sell in large blocks to builders, they pull large groups of permits that they might build out over the course of a year.
Okay.
So, they're not pulling 1 and 2 permits at a time, so we could, even though there could be many permits pulled in the first phase, the construction might not really be in full swing until the following year, given our sort of timeline from before. If that's the number that makes sense, councillor will work with it. If it's 100% of phase 1, that's still 1B, like that's still a relatively small group for permits because we pull permits so early. But again,
What is your expectation? Can I ask you, Brian, what do you
Yeah.
expect phase 1 to be completed by in your ideal scenario? Not ideal, but I guess conservative scenario.
I wouldn't think until 28 at some point. Realistically, I think we
So
will.
upon the completion of phase 1A, then the requirement be for a traffic light.
That makes sense. That makes sense for me.
Okay. I'm more concerned about the timing of the sidewalks and I'm concerned about the timing of the traffic lights, but I'm concerned also about the sidewalks and that it be done in correspondence with the road, subject to flexibility around the settling of lands. I think it could be worded that way with the AT and sidewalk on either side of that connection to Abingdon and Bickenough.
And the traffic light, to be clear too, if the warrants met earlier, then we do it earlier, right?
Yeah, but it's not gonna, well,
Well,
I don't know, maybe it will be more.
it might be.
It might be, yeah.
Like, I think, so if it's. a
Yeah, maybe it's
requirement,
gotta be worded that way.
If we do it at the latest by the time, 1A is complete. If the
Okay.
warrants met earlier, then it goes in early. Okay, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It goes in when it's needed.
And it'll default to that. This would be more of a sunset.
Right.
No later than, I guess.
Yeah.
No later than the completion?
No later than know that the traffic lights be installed at Aboriginal, Mickina, and the future north-south southernmost connection to the development, that they be installed no later than the completion of the phase 1A. Completion shall be defined as all permits pulled in phase 1A. Thanks, Brian. You were saying, was there anything else?
Traffic calming devices. Is that still something you would like to investigate?
Yeah.
We have a similar clause that was added on Grassy to Ham Street. The developer shall at no expense construct traffic calming devices and all related works on blank as determined by and to the satisfaction of Director of Public Works, the developer shall endeavor to install up to 3 traffic calming devices, with one located each of the blank intersections on. So if you have a map or a
I got a
location
map here,
or
yeah.
a number, if you want to just leave it to 4, we can leave it to Public Works and their transportation engineer to decide on the best 4 places.
Well, I get, no. My suggestion is that, if you were along these lines, and if Brendan wants to take note that one traffic table be installed on Blue Mountain Road between the future connection to Royal Mint Drive. And that this traffic table be installed on Blue Mountain Road between that connection. And it's kind of confusing because of the way the street's named. Blue Mountain Road, and between Blue Mountain Road and Royal Mint Drive in the west, and between Royal Mint and what's this street called? Between Royal Mint, between the intersection of Blue Mountain Road, Royal Mint Drive, and Royal Park Crescent, and which is also the intersection whereby the new development is connecting through to. That street has not been named. The traffic table from that intersection, between that intersection and Blue Mountain Road and Royal Mint Drive / Linmar Way, which represents the northerly section of through traffic. That one traffic table we installed in that section of roadway. That one traffic table be installed in Royal Mint Drive between Royal Mint Drive, Linmar Way, Blue Mountain Road, and the intersection of Royal Mint Drive and East Mint Place. And that 2 traffic tables be installed strategically located between East Mint Place and Royal Mint Drive intersection through to Royal Park Crescent and the Royal Mint Drive intersection. Well, I gotta be clear on that because Royal Mint Drive intersection, Royal Park Crescent connects twice, and the future east-west connection through to the new development. So that is last intersection. Do you follow me? I wish
So
I get it.
Sorry, the south leg is between Morning Glory and.
As per schedule. As per schedule A.
It's a total of 4, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
as per total of 4, correct. Yeah, you're gonna need this section here anyway, so schedule it. I got rid of this. Yeah. There.
I think that's it from the question. Excuse me, sorry, Kevin? I think that's it for my response.
Okay.
Dylan, did you have any issues?
No.
Okay. Well, if everybody's fine with the ACG report, I don't know if we need to go through it all. No. Okay. All right, very good.
I guess I got a couple of comments or questions. We've talked about this, we've talked about the area charge. And then, precinct charge? Is that what it is?
It's just It's just a precinct line charge. It's within the ACG.
And it's within the ACG. This is understood by the applicant. Nothing new on this one. Okay.
What's interesting about the issue that you mentioned about, the obligation on Plessy is it's 50% by the looks of it, eh?
What is
Plessy Road, like the Plessy Road obligation, when I can see Plessy Road. Oh, that's interesting. No, it's 100%. Why is it 100%?
It's
100% of one lane, I think is what it says.
There's one lane? Oh,
It's shared.
5.5 meters.
It's shared.
So it's because it would be a 10-meter pavement. If it was built to the standard, the city would expect it to be built.
But the city is, so it's a boundary road, so how does that work? Where does the other 50% come from?
That's the mystery.
Because the RM's not gonna pay it, it's our road.
So it would be from capital funding.
Hmm.
So the development agreement parameters outlays that we can only request a single lane of an arterial road.
That's why it references the words "its share" because it refers back to the development agreement parameters.
So one day, when it's all one municipality, the owner on the other side will pay their share.
Well, that's not gonna happen. There was a deal made up, also got elected and that all got blown up by the impact. It was all negotiated. All right, well, I think I'm gonna eliminate all of the Plessy Road requirement. That makes no sense. We're never gonna get there. I'm just gonna strike that clause, let county committee do what it wants, but it doesn't make any sense. Considering the road plan for the area anyway, it's just. I'm gonna strike clause 12. Anyway, all right. I don't have any other things, guys. Thank you.
You've got no more. Okay, at this point, given this is a hearing, where are we, Clerk Harris, in terms of who gets to speak, given who spoke?
So we do have others registered in support of the application. Okay. So at this time.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
So at this time, we can call forward Brendan Salico.
Probably in support.
You don't wanna speak?
No.
I'd rather you, Brendan.
In that case, up next is Carolina Ferrera Garza and Dave Joplin. And just for the record, is there anyone else here looking to speak in support? Seeing none, we did not have anyone ready to speak in opposition. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? And no one here to speak for information. But this time we have questions for the public service.
No, I think we've asked them all. We've gone through this hearing quite a bit, so. But thank you very much.
And therefore, no further questions of the applicant?
I don't have any, no.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good point. We can invite the applicant back up again. I don't have anything else. Did you have anything? Okay. Thank you. Hey, you gotta find my motion.
Showtime.
So at this time, we can move on to the motions. I move at a time may request a brief recess just to work with the planners for some brief.
Beg your pardon?
I may request a recess just to confirm.
Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely, yes, I for sure, we're gonna do this on the fly as we always do.
All right, so
Uh,
moving a motion for recess?
Well, they won't know the recess and wording until we know what the wording is, I guess, it'll be kind of a chicken and egg thing.
Excuse me, sorry?
We're making motions right now.
We'll make motions in the event they're not sure, they might ask us for a timeout.
We might.
In terms of the wording, the mechanism of wording these clauses.
Well, I'm gonna go to one and say, it's something maybe will change between here and the standing policy committee meeting.
Sometimes things happen on the road
Yes,
to
sometimes
Damascus.
things happen on the road to Damascus.
On the road to Damascus, sometimes there's an I don't.
Did you see all those on the road?
I'm gonna move, Counselor, that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Excuse me. Just give me a moment, sorry.
And by the way, that's this schedule I gave you, I want to know that. Think about it, I don't want that on here. I'll give you a new schedule, just nice and pretty handwriting, tight.
You're writing on that address.
All right, so
I've never seen this one. I'm not sure what it is.
The council moves that the report. of the-
I'm moving that Winnipeg Public Service report be taken as read, yeah.
Motion carries.
Aye. And I move that receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
And I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurrent with the following amendments. Number 1. That. Here we go. Yeah. That as per the motion that I just moved, that traffic tables be installed in 4 locations in Southland Park to the expense of the developer, and that it be done no later than the end of the 2028 construction season.
Which,
Is that amenable to public service tying into that, or should we say 2029?
Yeah, the 2020.
Yeah, at the end of the 2029 construction season, by the end of the 2020.
which phase will the development be in that, and by that?
Well, the thing about, you gotta remember, Councilor, the developer is moving from the south to the north. The development of that road connection won't be there for some time. I think 2029 is very safe. I mean, I'd be even happy to say 2030, actually. But no, I'll say 2029. So that is more than enough safe, I think.
Okay, that's the motion.
And
Sorry.
Okay, here's another amendment. That the main road accessing to the south, the sidewalk and active transportation path to be built on either side of said road. Be constructed, in coordination with the said road construction as early as possible, taking into consideration matters involving both underground utilities and the requirement for land to settle for the work on said underground utilities. But that be done as early as possible, so that's the next clause. And that, again, this is affecting all the road stuff that I want to address in this first part of this motion, that the section of Dawson Road from Plessy Road to the first roundabout being proposed west of Plessy, that the development services agreement or the ACG report be amended to eliminate the requirement for that road and any obligation on that road being constructed and replaced with the requirement of the applicant in a manner of 50% of the overall cost, decommission said said road, landscape said lands. That will allow for the planned active transportation path to be strategically placed in the former Dawson Road Dawson Road ROW, and that the requirement of the developer to install traffic, what would you call it? I'm thinking wood bullets, traffic, that require the developer to install wood or steel bullets at either end of this said former right of way to prevent any illegal vehicular activity down the active transportation.
Similar to Royal Mint, I believe the roadway needs to be declared surplus through Public Works.
And that, thank you. And that, as part of this process, the public service shall initiate the process required, shall initiate all the requirements or the director shall initiate all requirements to allow for. No, we're not declaring it surplus, the ROW. We're owning it. We own it.
the roadway to decommission.
No, we don't need to declare the land surplus to decommission. We're
You're
keeping
right,
it,
You're correct.
yeah.
I'm mistaken.
no, so ignore that last. Yeah, we don't need, we're still on the ROW.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so, no. Okay, so that's that. So that looks after this. So the next motion is,
And excuse me, at this point, you've enumerated these things. And I'm just asking, just for clarification, given what we had in the committee recommendations enumerated, from which you eliminated some today. You're confident that as you go through this, these things will be addressed, given the ones you did not. Given the numbers you did not subtract today. Like if I look at all these, they're only recommendations, but Councillor White, if you look at all of them, all the way to 19, and then you took some out.
oh, that list.
Well,
I'm addressing, yeah, one by one, I'm addressing the ones that remain. The transit stuff I took out because I don't know how to, honestly, I don't know how to skin that cat because I don't have councils. And we amended the transit master plan anyway on the fly at the last standing committee of public works by eliminating the size of the garage that we said we were gonna build. So that kind of went out the window. Okay. Right? Have a transit master plan that we just approved a month before. Anyway, okay, so now in terms of that the athletic field identified by the applicant be removed, and the requirement for the athletic field identified in the said plan by the applicant be amended to install either one of the following: a combination basketball / pickleball fence court that would be that would accommodate 4 courts or 4 courts similar to DAS at 2024, a combination of basketball and pickleball and or the requirement for the developer to install an off-leash dog park, which would include 2 enclosures, one for small dogs and one for large dogs. And that said facility will be installed at the developer's discretion in terms of both timing, at the developer's discretion in terms of park location, I should say. But that it be done no later than the completion of phase 2. I think it's phase 2, right? I think that other park is in phase 2, I think. Is it not, Dylan? The big park to the east is in phase 2?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's on the east facing.
Yeah, so no later than the completion of phase 2. And the next motion is, and that said improvement be subject to plan approval by community, school and transport community committee. And the next motion is that,
Excuse me, so this is your motion?
Next amendment.
next amendment now, that the area known as picnic area be eliminated so as that this said area shall be an open green space for informal play. And be that with no picnic structure required. Whatever that means. The next motion is that the areas identified by the applicant referring to the term playground, that said areas shall include the following: 1 covered sitting area, which includes the covered structure for said sitting area, and B, or 2, shall includes both a junior and senior playground structure with typical playground amenities such as swings and so on. And that kind of addresses that, I think, yeah. And then finally, that the road formerly known as a what do you call this road? As a 5 meter wide laneway road that would have homes fronting on it, namely in the northern/northwest westerly corner of the development, shall be constructed instead to a 7.5 meter road standard. And then the area charge that in lieu of the requirement of the developer to install Dawson Road from Plessy Road up to the first western roundabout on Dawson Road, that the developer provide to Aнаquah Community Club a funds, or how would you want to word that, Kevin? Area
Developer shall make a $409,000 contribution.
Contribution to the Aнаquah Community Club, which shall represent the maximum amount of said contribution based on the net difference between the previous cost of constructing one lane in Dawson Road plus cost related to that boulevard, lighting, everything, versus the new obligation spelled out as the elimination of the road plus installation. No, I'm not gonna say the AT because that has to be done right. Elimination of the road. Yeah. And then and that supporting documentation for said motion or for said policy has now been submitted by the committee, namely I'd like the clerk to be able to dig up with the planner the precedent set pertaining to the application that I mentioned before, which was the decision by this committee many years ago to transfer the obligation, and with Kevin as well, transfer the obligation for the road upgrade in Plessy/Concordia to transfer said obligation to Park City West Community Club. That's a supporting document or supporting argument of this being done in the past. And then secondly, I'd like to submit Schedule A, I'll call it.
We can like have Schedule A.
Okay, schedule whatever. I'll leave it blank. Namely, the said documentation mainly being the council approved policy, which is the strategic road network map 6 of council's transportation master plan, that demonstrates the future alignment of Abidjan-Mi'kmaq through from Lagimodiere through to Fermor.
So it's from Lagimodiere through to
Fermor, that was identified as a medium-term project, capital project, that based on the schedule of outlined by the council approved transportation master plan said capital project would have or should have been constructed at this point. And that in light of that fact, it supports our decision on the Dawson Road, eliminating that section of Dawson Road. So here.
This and then the previous policy for the park related to the Park City West.
Right, yeah, just to
Community
say,
club obligation.
right, yeah, exactly.
Where is the park in relation, I mean, where's the community center in relation?
It's up in Windsor Park, Winacqua Community Club. I want to make sure we got that wording in there. So it's for Winacqua Community Club. The funding is up to $408,000.
Sorry, that was Winacqua?
Winacqua Community Club, yeah. Winacqua,
Winacqua.
like is in Winnipeg, yeah.
So
Definitely hadn't.
Niagara and Winnipeg, like Winacqua, yeah. Or maybe it's Windsor Park and Winacqua. I don't know what the win is for. That's a
Do you
good
want to
question.
just maintain the wording from ANS?
Winacqua,
Or Winnipeg.
yeah,
just to be clear, the funding is going to be going to Winacqua.
correct.
Okay, that's the intent.
Which represents and similar to the Park City West decision, it should be said that the supporting argument is that with that as well, that not only did we do that decision back then, but that just as Park City West was the community club in question with the catchment in that area, well, 80% of that area of the area charge at that time was Park City West Community Club. This area is 100% within the Winacqua Community Club catchment area. Yeah, that's important to point out. And then to the point that was raised before. Oh, yes, the traffic lights. Did I address that one? Did I already move that?
The developer agrees to undertake the required traffic signal installation no later than the completed build out, defined as all permits applied for of phase 1A in brackets.
Okay, do we have that? Do you have that one?
I will send it.
He's gonna be sending this meeting, but I will.
We gotta make sure that's in there. Okay, so the developer shall have that.
That's the phase one completion.
The traffic lights. And then I want the total elimination. I'm gonna move the elimination of clause 12, the obligation of Plessy Road. Pave it.
In its entirety?
Yeah, because we're not gonna ever get that done on the other side, and I have a feeling Plessy's gonna be gone and we're gonna be removing it, but based on hopefully. I'm just wondering here, like. What is the value of that? Do we know? Because that's a letter of credit, right? I'm gonna move this, not the elimination of 12. The limit 12 be maintained, that in the event, that'd be amended, that in the event the road is not constructed, to a concrete standard within 5 years of the execution of the development agreement, that the city of Winnipeg shall draw upon said letter of credit for the purpose of maintaining that section of Plessy Road as a, no, I stand corrected. No, change the wording of when the triggering of this is. It's not based on 5 years.
Okay.
That the city, that upon all permits hold of the homes backing on to this section of Plessy Road, that in the event Plessy Road at that point is not paved, or the requirement that, or this obligation is not exercised and Plessy Road paved, then the city of Winnipeg shall draw upon this letter of credit and or funds to allow the Public Works Department to maintain that section of Plessy Road to a type 2 gravel standard, or what is also been referred to as chip seal. Because otherwise, these people are gonna be backing on there, gonna get eating nothing but gravel, dust, and that'll maybe push the city to deal with it.
This is this is for Plessy?
Yeah, well, these homes back onto Plessy, and then what happens is they
Oh,
back
what a
onto
big
there,
sign.
it's maintained, it's still a gravel road. And then the counselor for the day gets all the calls from all the residents complaining about the gravel blowing into their yards, because why don't you do something about it? Then they gotta deal with Public Works, and Public Works said, well, we don't have any funding to do the chip seal here, counselor. And then, so, look, like, either you get the road paved or start to drop on it, but the developer's not gonna be made to put any more money up than what they're already being put for, and they'll drop on it if they run out of the money, because they keep every year or every second year or third year having to do a chip seal. And typically a chip seal will last 2 or 3 years, depending, or maybe even longer, depending on the traffic volumes. If they're low, they'll last longer. But if it doesn't, then that's the end of it. So you follow that motion?
You're asking, who are you
Asking
asking?
Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay. What was the motion you wanted amended? You wanted in the development or something?
Just that, so. Section, Schedule B, Section I, general comments after condition 2. Add condition 3, the proposed development currently has adequate wastewater servicing based on the capacity and servicing review at the time of its valuation. However, for projects that extend over a long period, the availability of servicing may diminish as the project progresses due to other developments utilizing the remaining capacity in the interim. City of Winnipeg's wastewater infrastructure capacity is only reserved for a specific proposal once a permit application has been reviewed and approved by Water and Waste. Once the wastewater system reaches its capacity, any new proposals to discharge additional flow will be declined.
Okay, so that will be added. You got the wording for that, but no, there was another one you had.
So then I have Schedule B, Section 2, the developer open the right of way for the road that you wish. Add conditions multi-use, add conditions Dawson Road South. Sorry,
No.
this would be the one.
No, that was the stuff I had. No, you had another one.
So my Dawson Road South is the developer shall at no expense to the city construct and or pay cash
Oh, right.
on demand its share of the cost to construct Dawson Road and Portland cement, including but not limited to sidewalks. Full length of property excluding section noted in B of this clause. The developer, B of this clause is the developer shall remove the existing gravel road southeast of Broadleaf Trail, approximately 360 meters, and install bullards to restrict vehicular traffic at both ends of the former gravel road.
Right. They didn't seem to be, there was no issue there, I don't think, eh? Okay, there was one other issue I did not mention with the applicant was in the room or at the hearing. I mean, I don't think it's a big issue, but. So we have a sidewalk that runs along Royal Mint, I just recalled it, I apologize, Royal Mint Drive. North and south, well, Royal Mint, then it becomes Blue Mountain Road. And yet the roadway connection, we're connecting through to, there's that, like basically into their field that is now, they'll be connected. Is there a requirement for them to install sidewalk on both sides of the boulevard on that road? Because the developer, whoever built Southland Park did not put sidewalk, there's no sidewalk connection. I'm assuming we will be connecting, there's a sidewalk in the roadway within their development leading up to that, but not on our side. Do you follow me? Because right now I see a sidewalk.
Only on the south side of that public road.
Oh, there is a sidewalk we proposed?
There's a proposed sidewalk in the public road that will connect to the sidewalk on Royal Mint Drive that's pretty deep in the park, or pretty deep in the existing area.
Yeah, and the sidewalk they're proposing though is on the west side, right, of the north-south road there.
Yes.
Okay.
You would like one, sorry, you're talking block 4.
Yeah, the very top northerly block.
Yeah. You would like it on both sides of the roadway for block 4.
Well, as long as it's on one side, it's fine.
There's one on,
All right, on the south side, looks like. Doesn't, it's not clear from what I can read here, but,
I believe when we looked at it, the south side made no sense.
okay. Then that's fine, that's addressed, so that's good, thank you.
Yeah, it was because of the driveways along Royal Pink or Crescent.
I would just add another clause, which is that any pathway systems in existing in proposed parks. And I think Qualico's been pretty good at this. Be developed with it as an asphalt standard pathway. However, that the requirement for the pathway to be the typical, an asphalt pathway, not subject to the 3.5 meter asphalt pathway requirement. In other words, not wide enough for a city to be able to drive their trucks up and down in our park. I just want it for people to ride their bikes and walk, which means it could be the width of a sidewalk. So, but Qualico has been very good in terms of putting those types of paths in. I don't see that as an issue. I live in a development where they had done it, so.
So that was any pathway in any proposed park be developed as an asphalt standard pathway not subject to the 3.5
Yeah.
meter asphalt pathway requirement.
And I'm gonna move another motion, which is that within said parks, that the city of Winnipeg work cooperatively with said applicant to access all existing city of Winnipeg and government funding available for the planting of trees beyond the obligation of this said agreement.
The obligations on whom?
Of this said agreement.
The obligations on whom?
Of this said agreement. Be beyond the obligation of this said agreement.
By the city or the applicant?
The city of Winnipeg will work cooperatively with the developer to attempt to access all funding available for both city funding and other funding pertaining to the planting of trees within the existing parks being proposed beyond the obligation of this agreement. Yeah. Yeah, and you got that, right?
Yeah.
And then the following I'd like to move more as I'm gonna call it a statement of fact for future reference for the public service.
Just to be clear, do you want this in the supporting comments section?
I want this as a motion,
Like as an amendment?
not as an amendment. I want this as a motion. That's a good question. No, I want it as an amendment, but it's a statement of fact for supporting. It's not affecting this, it's an amendment to the agreement, but not affecting this agreement. Okay, so it's a statement of fact that one, in the past, council has ensured that a higher level of detail existed with regards to park development, namely in terms of playground structures, off-leash dog parks, sitting areas and their location, both covered or uncovered, active pathway systems, basketball courts and or pickleball courts or both. And in some cases, the location of new amenities such as splash pads. And that this has been typically been provided when an application is of a larger scale involving an entire precinct, and that said policy support has been missing in this situation and it must be addressed going forward in the future. And the next point, that the public service would be encouraged to give a greater certainty with regards to transit routes, and most importantly, the timing of said transit services and new housing developments. And that, in light of the fact the development standards have been amended to require transit amenities such as bus shelters to be installed at the expense of applicants now, the city of Winnipeg should, at the time of application, be providing members of a community committee information on the clear location of transit routes, the frequency of a transit system at that location, servicing the area, and the timing of the public transit in that area. And that the failure to do so undermines the city of Winnipeg's community action plan pertaining to climate change, as well as causes disruption to the city's budget process when determining resources required by transit. Next point, that in light of the challenges facing us as a community with regards to climate change, the city of Winnipeg must, at all points, encourage on large developments working cooperatively with applicants to source out resources and support for the installation of electric charging stations and car shares, specifically at any commercially zoned land within an application and or residential multiple family zone lands.
Those commercial zone lands or residential multifamily.
Multiple families, yeah, land. The next point is that in light of council's commitment to addressing the climate change crisis, and in light of the provincial government's decision to fund up to 5,000 homes with geothermal energy, the city of Winnipeg should be working with applicants to assist them to access funds for the purpose of installing geothermal technology versus that of natural gas for the purpose of heating and cooling new structures. Next point. In light of the housing crisis, the city of Winnipeg should be actively working cooperatively with any applicant to secure a full cost recovery to the applicant for said lands, with the benefit potentially being that of tax credit or tax shelter strategies to allow for the acquisition of lands that would allow for the construction of affordable housing. In light of the fact that the city of Winnipeg has now accessed tens of millions of dollars of federal funding called the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Tens of thousands?
Tens of millions, thank you. Tens of millions of dollars from the Housing Accelerator Fund. And that said funds should also be targeted when lands become available in new housing developments, as to ensure and to prevent the either the concentration or the ghettoization of affordable housing in certain areas of the city, and that the responsibility be applied to all neighborhoods to provide affordable housing. And then the last point is that the city of Winnipeg, namely the Public Works Department of the city of Winnipeg, is called upon to end its practice of permitting or not permitting, end its practice of requiring solely concrete road construction and instead develop a policy to bring forth no later than 2027. No, I'm gonna say 2026, exactly 2027, no later than 2026 for the consideration in all new applications, the ability for applicants to design and build roads based on an asphalt standard with concrete gutters and curbs. So as to allow
Asphalt standard of what, sorry?
a road construction based on asphalt standard with concrete gutters and curbs. So as to provide greater flexibility as well as maintenance options going forward with said infrastructure. That's it. I don't know.
That is it. All right, I've just got a few questions on that one.
Yeah.
Not that relevant, but you're making the point is using saying chip seal rather than pavement, and you've made the point that we lost our TBO, our timber bituminous overlay program is no longer here.
Chip seal is different than the TBO.
I understand that. So what is the difference between chip seal, pavement, or cost wise and TBO? It's not on anybody right here to have to answer that question. You mentioned chip seal. To me, that's come out of nowhere. Not that it's wrong.
Chip seal is like what you would see.
It's cheaper, is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a poor man's asphalt, right?
Right, but how does it compare to TBO? Is anyone here care to answer that?
Well, the engineer.
If you wish.
This overlay is typically put over top of or a pavement structure to seal or to reduce the infiltration of water to the subgrade and as well as to provide a running surface that is smooth. So it basically is a good way to refurbish an existing pavement structure. Whereas chip seal is a thin layer of an emulsion and then a gradation that's a single stone gradation fracture counts applied, which gives a surface that's much more flexible. However, it's still very prone to potholing, and once the water starts getting underneath, you can have quite large explosions. It's difficult to maintain at that phase because you're going to be filling a chip seal with probably a cold mix asphalt after the fact, and the adherence of the materials just doesn't quite work because you're trying to glue something to the ground.
But in this case, we're looking at the area of Plessy Road, that which would be the least accessed.
Yeah,
In this case,
again,
I
chip
get the
seal is something you
practicality.
use on gravel roads.
Sure.
In Charleswood, it's the more appropriate treatment than a TBO.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that,
Just in terms of another amendment I just thought of, thank you, Councilor, for asking your question, gave me a chance to think. In terms of the Dawson Road timing of the Dawson Road that remains, right? The timing of construction, I should say. What is the timing on that, do you think? Like, how do you foresee that unfolding?
Again, that's why the public service suggested the amendment is because as the applicant said, whoever goes first is likely to construct it. There's the obligation that they have two means of access. So it's likely to be constructed fairly quick, so that they have two ways to access the site. However, I can't predict, ANS is a prime example that nobody could predict it, that they were gonna sit there for a decade and not. So I can't provide any guidance on timelines for developers.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move an amendment based on that. That in the event Dawson Road has not been constructed to a concrete standard from the easternmost roundabout through to its existing gravel location that it still exists, right, heading westbound. that the city of Winnipeg, at its expense, shall maintain Dawson Road as to a chip seal standard or type 2 gravel road. And that this said clause shall only become effective upon upon any permit pulled for a residential dwelling backing on to this application, backing onto this, onto the Dawson Road right away.
Sorry, Counselor, you're saying that the expense is to be taken on by the city? I don't know if this is the appropriate place to put, so right now we're putting obligations onto the developer. I don't know if we can.
I'm putting one on the city now.
Again,
I've never done this before, but it's a hell of an idea.
It's a great idea. I don't know if it's the appropriate form. Like this is.
Well, I hear you, but I mean,
So
we
there's
have,
been
well, we gotta look at,
control.
oh, no. Well, okay, I hear what you're saying. I guess what I look at is the city of Winnipeg is gonna be collecting taxes on a property that backs onto Dawson Road that never collected before. If you wanna collect taxes and approve this development and all the taxes that'll be generated in the south, and you're gonna be chip sealing that road if the road is not put in. I mean, that'll put, I agree, it'll put pressure on Public Works to encourage the applicant to pave that section of Dawson. My worry is that because this is involving not one developer, but two, or two applicants, that we could be sitting here with a situation where that section of Dawson or part of it doesn't get paved for years. Meanwhile, you got homes backing onto it. And I just want to make sure that it's chip sealed in the interim until the road is paved.
Why don't we write a clause that says the developer must pave the road as soon as the lots that are backing onto Dawson are logged.
Paved or chip seal?
Paved. Do it right.
No, I didn't discuss that with the applicant here. I can't put that. That's a major change. I'll be more than happy to support.
Be within their
Well,
process.
If that is the case, it kind of surprises what you mentioned.
no, my concern is that the city of Winnipeg, I mean, chip sealing is not that expensive. Ultimately, the city of Winnipeg still has a chip sealing program. I don't know if this road is eligible for it, right? Is this road eligible for the chip sealing program based on our policy?
I don't know, but this is outside of the scope of the obligations to the developer.
No, the obligations go two ways on a development agreement. Their obligations and our obligation. Right? So we have obligations in development agreement all the time. This is one which is 100% the city. Typically it's shared obligations, like the one that said 50% of the road would be it's silent. It doesn't say the city.
Again, I caution you that this may be.
That'll be flagged. I know it'll be flagged.
Yeah,
I know it'll be.
Sure, we can write it.
I know it, yeah. I'm gonna just say that the city of Winnipeg be, in the event that a permit be pulled for a residential dwelling that backs onto Dawson Road in the subject lands, namely a Dawson Road, which will still be operational as a roadway. And that in the event that said Dawson Road has not been converted to a full level service road, namely concrete construction, that the city of Winnipeg shall be fully obligated to maintain that section of Dawson Road to a chip seal standard so as to reduce the impact of dust on said residential areas. Let them deal with it if they want to. Property. Now, having said that, I mean, I could see where up to the first roundabout, westerly roundabout, which is south of the ANS intersection with Fermor. I can see if ANS goes forward with their development, that at least that section of Dawson will be done probably immediately. But then the next phase, which is their CMU lands, I don't know what they have planned for now. The next roundabout, that'd be the area that I'm concerned with. That gets left for some time, but I could be fine. Anyway. And that's all I have to say. Sure.
That's,
I think we've got it covered.
that's one way to put it. Thank you, Councillor White. Are you sure?
I think so. I think so.
And this is
I-
understood by the clerk. We've got all these amendments. these
I would like to
conditions.
request a recess to make sure that
Yes.
all our ground is.
Great idea.
Fair enough.
Wonderful.
Having said that, before recess, I just have a question.
Uh-oh.
And that is, well, I might facilitate the recess, or maybe it's just easy to answer. When it comes to Appendix B, as produced here and furnished by our good planner, Dylan Chislin, I believe, it says proposed bylaw. Is this issue dealt with to the satisfaction, to the understanding of the administration in what we've done so far? Okay.
It is, yeah.
Okay, there's a fast question.
Well, I have another one. I do have an amendment.
See.
I would like to move a motion to the fact that, that further to the clerks informing the said new petition that we have received, that pertaining to procedure and process, that the committee recommends that the clerks also inform said residents of the attached
Committee meeting.
by providing them with a copy of the amendments moved at this committee,
Okay,
so that they are fully aware that many of their concerns that they have expressed have been addressed. And with the hope that, of course, that our amendments go forward to council, but nonetheless, we can at least inform them of what we know.
all right,
And that's pretty easy to do. You just take a copy of what we just moved and that's provided to them. Making these changes in effect so that they can see that their involvement in the process has had an impact. And I want to thank them for that, but I'll get into that and support your comments as well. So, but I'll let you take a break for it. So, yeah, is there anything else?
no, that's good. So we're gonna take a recess. We'll take a recess and get this all together.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back. The recess is over. The East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee hearing this September 23rd, 2024. We're still in the combined hearing of 2 and 3. Take it away, Clerk Harris.
So this time we're on motions.
We are still on motions.
So I have just an amendment to the statement that's being attached to the amendment to the clause. That the following be added to the statement to the public service and members of council. The following be added, that the city of Winnipeg develop a homeowners association policy, bylaw policy, whereby new neighborhoods would have the ability to be eligible for homeowner association status, namely a funding mechanism applied by a property above and beyond existing property taxes that would be accessed via the new residents in a neighborhood, and that could be used to enhance above and beyond existing municipal services, namely services that the neighborhood has identified as a priority. The example of this, a higher level than normal for flower planting, tree planting, park amenities, pool amenities, etc.
This is an amendment to your.
This is the clause where I'm doing the statement for a policy
Yes.
item, and that this policy be actively considered by the city, and that, and then finally, the last catch-all clause is that.
If I made this point, Councillor White, I have no problem voting in favor
Yeah.
of this. I'm just saying, I'm just asking, why didn't you do this as a separate motion? It sounds like it could be a separate motion because.
It is, but it never gets caught. This way, this is coming out of this stuff, like, here we have a new neighborhood. And if we add a homeowner Like, if you do it in such a way, labor won't be feel threatened as long as labor knows that it's above and beyond existing municipal services. That if, let's say you have a homeowners association, they walk in, day one, they walk into the new home. There's a new levy, it's a new levy above and beyond the existing property taxes you pay, like a biz levy. And then you get the money into an account, and then every year they collect that same money, it's cash flow, comes every year. Because they're paying it, and then they can actually use it they want more potted plants, they want this, then all of a sudden they're empowered. Empowers the neighborhood. And allows them to do things that, instead of coming to you for a grant, they have their association.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this, I mean, you realize that this motion's primed to get picked apart and parsed in the next levels as it goes.
I doubt it.
All right,
Yeah, maybe they'll eliminate all of that stuff, I don't care, but as long as it's on the record and I got it on the minutes.
all right, fair enough.
And then the last one is, I just want to, the last, it is recognized that all of the requested new policy initiatives will inherently involve the need for capacity in the existing public service. It is also recognized that we fund our planning department with some of those per capita funding obligations of any operating obligations of any major city. Therefore, it's incumbent upon CAO's office, the mayor's office, and the offices of the various directors to coordinate a strategy where operating dollars can be secured to increase funding capacity for said staffing via the various existing provincial and federal programs, which would enhance the city's ability to access provincial and federal funds, while at the same time allow for cooperative funding arrangements with the province and the federal government for said programs.
All right. He was 1 second behind the speaker on that one. Congratulations, Clerk Harris. Not that.
I'll speak to the clause.
You'll speak to the clause before you finish your,
Unfinished the motion.
you're finished your motions. All right. When you speak to the clause, this is your supporting.
Yeah, I just want to thank the
Supporting.
supporting one. First of all, number one, I want to say that the consultant and the applicant and consultant, well, the applicant is a consultant, but on behalf of the client, they also together they did an extensive public consultation process in the neighborhood. I want to thank them for listening to lately the last petition that came through and the concerns addressed by the residents. I think even though they were not here to speak to them, I think the amendments going forward have addressed many, if not most, of their concerns. I want to thank the applicant for making an application which was a good neighbor application, namely the zoning that backs the housing land use pertaining to existing neighborhoods was addressed with similar land uses backing onto existing properties. That this is a continuation of the existing developments to both the west and the south, namely a residential neighborhood, that there is no commercial in this neighborhood. It is solely a residential neighborhood. I want to thank the consultant and their client for their cooperation with in terms of park amenities and supporting off-site improvements such as the contribution to the community club in lieu of roadworks especially roadworks that are redundant. I want to thank the applicant for their patience in the process, namely the amount of time it has taken for them to get to the public hearing, and hopefully that the process could be expedited so they can secure their executed development agreement sooner rather than later. And I would like to thank the staff that we have for their ability to process this in the way they can with the existing resources they have. I want to make that point public. And that I think it's important to note that this neighborhood will be very interconnected. It'll be existing to the existing infrastructure of the city. That be both in terms of public roadways, in terms of transit, in terms of active transportation, sidewalks, healthy living. Support the application, despite of the fact that the city, I want to state that I support this application despite of the fact that the city of Winnipeg, and this is solely the city of Winnipeg, has not yet addressed outstanding issues such as the design and construction of residential streets, namely residential streets built to an asphalt standard versus concrete. That the issue outstanding with pertaining to the timing of transit has not been determined. That the issue outstanding pertaining to the timing of necessary off-site services, namely impact on existing community clubs, impact on existing recreational facilities, impact on existing fire and safety services, impact on existing police services, that none of, and so on, that none of these off-site services that a new neighborhood will require have been fully understood by the city of Winnipeg yet to this time, and yet we are still approving new precinct plans that the city of Winnipeg needs to understand, needs to address these issues more proactively, and that the city of Winnipeg also needs to address long-standing transportation issues in this area, namely regional infrastructure that has not been built going back to 2010, and the city of Winnipeg's approved transportation master plan. And yet the city of Winnipeg is still approving subdivisions, as we can't stop. You should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, but that the city of Winnipeg must start to address outstanding infrastructure. And I want to note that infrastructure, new regional infrastructure, along with new transit routes, have been addressed in other quadrants of the city. Namely, I would cite Bridgewater, where said infrastructure that was called for in 2010 has now been installed. New transit services have been installed. New transit roads have been implemented, I should say. And yet, in other quadrants of the city, like this area, said transit roads have not yet been installed, said infrastructure has not been yet built, either by the city or the province or both. And in this case, there's been identified both new and regional infrastructure, which is the obligation of both the city of Winnipeg and the province of Manitoba. And I want to thank the applicant and their client for being flexible in terms of addressing long-standing issues such as the need to mitigate gravel roads and the impact on existing neighborhoods by the decommissioning of the said gravel roads. I want to thank them for their flexibility and acknowledge their willingness to offset the construction of needless former road ROWs that are now namely Dawson Road, and that this offset said cost towards a contribution to the community club in the area, as that is an outstanding concern pertaining to the existing development standards. I want to also acknowledge the fact that council has passed a new development standard pertaining developer obligations. However, it was pointed out at the time of the matter being passed by council that flexibility still exists to address existing or historic issues in an area, which this community committee has attempted to do today. And want to also acknowledge support the fact that we have attempted as a community committee to be consistent with existing area charges, an area charge that was applied to lands to the north of the site, that we wanted to ensure that there was a level playing field with regards to that charge, and that the applicant has been more than flexible to work with us on that in light of the offset that is being proposed. The hope is that the standing committee on property development recognizes that. And that if any committee members have any questions to that committee pertaining to any of the decisions or actions of this committee, they can always feel free to reach out. I want to point out as well that the goal here was initially to attempt to address outstanding transit issues, outstanding climate change / environmental policy ideas and initiatives. This has fallen short in terms of the decision made here today, not because of the lack of will of the committee, but rather the lack of policy, independent policy support that could be provided to the community committees to assist, as well as to the applicants to assist in the development of such policy, as well when it comes for policy to actually be implemented at the point of an application. And that is somewhat frustrating, to say the least. And that's all. And that's consistent with our Winnipeg, other than the fact that our Winnipeg also called for the transportation master plan to be implemented and everything else. It hasn't been. But it's as consistent as it can be, I suppose, based on our existing funding situation as a city. But that we have to overcome that. But anyway, okay, those are my comments.
All right. I'll be relatively sparse. Hats off to those involved in today, truly. Yes, I have no comments today. A lot's been said. I will have some comments as the chair after this, after we move this motion, and then we have the variance and I'll have some comments.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. With one other amendment. This was a supporting document. Two supporting documents I gave for the closure of that Dawson. Number one is this one, schedule whatever. And then this is the other one, which clearly demonstrates that Plessy Road north at Plessy is closed. Closed at Lash. At Fillmore. This was supposed to be a supporting document. These two documents in support of the decommissioning of that section of Dawson. I apologize, I just caught this. So, yeah.
All right.
I will move that.
All right, you kind of for the reasons I've made my lack of supporting reasons to accommodate today's meeting, and in particular our good clerk. And all right, and we've heard the motion with all of the amendments as culminated.
We should probably go through the motion just to ensure everyone's on the same page as what exactly is going to be there. So Kevin, I'm gonna get your help here. I'm gonna read through it.
We're going through the amendments, not the supporting reasons.
No, I probably read about them.
I do not have these supporting reasons nor the entire statement to be included
Okay.
right now. I will need to go
All right,
back.
fair enough.
Transcribe that later, but
Let's do the motion.
in terms of the actual amendments here.
Sure.
Okay. So in Schedule B, Section I, general comments after condition 2, add condition 3. The proposed development currently has adequate wastewater servicing based on the capacity and servicing review at the time of valuation. However, for projects that extend over a long period, the availability of servicing may diminish as the project progresses due to other developments utilizing the remaining capacity in the interim. The City of Winnipeg's wastewater infrastructure capacity is only reserved for a specific proposal once a permit application has been reviewed and approved by Water and Waste. Once the wastewater system reaches its capacity, any new proposal to discharge additional flow will be declined. That was the amendment put forward by.
Yeah, I want to amend that amendment.
Oh. Well, we haven't voted yet, so
Okay,
I
So
can't
I
say.
want to
it's-
add
I
a
can't
clause
say
to that
it's
amendment
okay,
that would say this. That it is incumbent upon the Water and Waste Department to notify the applicant in advance of any capacity concern or related issue should the said capacity issues come to pass. And that the said department be required formally submit a report to the Standing Committee on Water and Waste, as well as advise the area councillor in the event an application is not able to proceed due to a future capacity concern as expressed herein. In other words, I don't want to hear about it through the grapevine.
okay. And then we have in Schedule B, Section II, plan considerations after condition 11, add condition 12. The developer shall at no expense to the city legal open property required for local street between blocks 5 dash lot 2 and public reserve A to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
A local street and brackets 7.5 meter standard.
7.5 meters. Okay.
meter standard pavement.
Standard
Well,
pavement.
not just paved, 7.5 meters, not pavement, right? It's a boulevard as well.
20 based on the size of the land drainage within the right of way.
Okay.
So the 7.5 relates to the pavement.
Okay.
Again, if we leave it as just opening it as a local road.
It captures that? Okay, then,
The
sorry.
pavement clause will apply.
Then don't ignore me, ignore me. Yeah, I agree.
Do we still want the 7.5
No,
meters?
no.
Okay, as we read it officially, okay? In Schedule B, Section IV, servicing conditions after condition 26, add condition 27. Funding for multi-use community facility, the developer shall make a 400. Sorry, Mike.
Not multi-use community facility. Not a multi-use community. For community club.
Well, the developer shall make a $409,000 contribution to a multi-use indoor community facility to a community club.
No.
Okay, so what we're-
Because they're doing stuff on the grounds outside.
Sure.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
no, that'd be.
Nice.
No, yeah, I don't wanna get into that, cause.
Just 409
Towards the Winnequa
community club.
which is consistent with the application approved to the board.
Okay, so we're good on that one? Okay, add condition 28, this is for Dawson Road South. A, the developer shall at no expense to the city construct and or pay to the city in cash on demand its share of the cost to construct Dawson Road South in Portland cement, concrete and all related works, including but not limited to sidewalks, multi-use pathways and or pedestrian cycling facilities street lighting and landscaping along the full length of the subject property of Dawson Road, excluding the pavement section noted in B of this clause, as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. B, the developer shall remove the existing gravel road southeast of Broadleaf Trail, approximately 360 meters, and install bollards to restrict vehicular traffic at both ends of the formal gravel road. And C, in the event permits are pulled for properties that back onto Dawson Road adjacent to the plan area, the city, at the city's expense, shall maintain Dawson as a chip seal roadway.
Yeah, but okay, so you're accomplishing all those things in one. The section of roadway, is that gonna be clear, the section we're eliminating, those, the,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
And that is to landscape and place the asphalt pathway.
Landscape, asphalt pathway lighting.
All related works.
Pathway lighting, are you kidding? Okay, why are we doing that? We don't want people on our pathways at night.
Are you being sarcastic?
No. I don't know, well, okay. Well, I guess it's a regional pathway, like a regional road, I guess you're right. Depending on how they determine it, but okay, all right.
Okay. So then
Nobody's supposed to be in a park path, that's all. Okay,
add condition 29, traffic calming devices. The developer shall at no expense to the city construct 4 traffic calming devices and all related works. I on Blue Mountain Road between the future connection to Royal Mint Drive. I on Royal Mint Drive between East Mint Place and Blue Mountain Road. I on Royal Mint Drive between the 2 legs of Morning Glory Crescent. And IV on Royal Mint Drive between the 2 legs of Royal Park Crescent, all to be installed prior to the end of the 2029 construction season as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. All right, so on number 14. Add to 14 traffic control signals after satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. The developer agrees to undertake the required traffic signal installation no later than the completed build out defined as all permits applied for of phase 1A allotted land under this application, unless an extension of time has been previously approved in writing by the Director of Public Works.
That's good. Councilor Wyatt?
You can do it if you don't.
well, why are we giving the director the ability to? I don't wanna give the director the ability,
That's,
I don't want an extension of time, no.
Okay, delete these. things.
Yeah,
Okay.
delete the extension of time.
I will delete the unless.
Yeah.
Okay. Add to condition 9 after clause B, C, the developer agrees to undertake the required pathway and sidewalk through the Manitoba Hydro lands during the initial phase of construction.
That's your main.
Yeah, that's fine.
Adding to condition 26, C, add
Sidewalk and active presentations.
required pathway is the current phrasing.
No, it's sidewalk.
Oh, pathway and sidewalk.
Required active transportation pathway and
Okay.
sidewalk.
So just adding the words active.
I know, but this has to be 3.5 meter.
That's exactly the only pathway that's.
Is it? Okay, that's fine.
Like it mirrors the pathway clause.
I'm
I think it's in the
I'm going
pathway
from old
clause.
school.
Did I put it in the pathway clause? Or did I make it as a new clause?
This is adding C to condition 9.
Yeah, so it's within the sidewalk
Okay,
pathway clause.
okay.
Alright, so we'll remove the word. Okay. Add to condition 26, CII, add the word asphalt between the words primary and pathways. That's related to the park. Okay. This is.
That said, pathway systems. And their proposed location be subject to plan approval. Thank you.
Nations be subject to approval.
Plan approval.
Okay. Hang on a second here. This one's a bit of a combined. We're gonna add to condition 19A after the words commercial sites and before collector and arterial, adding the word dog parks there.
No.
We're not doing that one, okay. Scratch that. Add to condition 12, in the event that Plessy Road is not constructed as Portland cement concrete before all permits are pulled for the lots backing onto Plessy Road, the city of Winnipeg may draw upon these funds to maintain the roads as chip seal.
Why don't we drop those funds to also maintain Dawson as chip seal? Do you think that can be done? Enough money?
How much is it? We don't have an estimate. Pardon me? It's substantial.
Yeah, so I'd add to that, Brendan, that the city of Winnipeg be allowed to draw upon these funds to maintain.
Be allowed.
The city of Winnipeg draw upon these funds to maintain Plessy and require a section of Dawson Road to a chip seal standard to prevent for the purpose of dust mitigation of the newly constructed homes that will back onto said ROWs.
Bear with me one moment here. That was to a chip seal standard for the purpose of dust mitigation for the surrounding homes.
No, for the homes that will be backing onto the said ROW gravel roads.
Okay.
And that said funds, which is a one-time contribution by the said applicant, will reach its terminus or reach its maximum based on the total amount of funds that have been paid for by said applicant. In other words, we're not going to ask for more money because we run out of money by doing the chip seal.
Understood. Okay. In section 26, delete CVI in its entirety and replace with the following. So just preceding that, it's that the applicant will install at no cost to the city. Basketball pickleball fenced in court that would accommodate 4 courts similar to DAS said 34 of 2024, or the requirement for the developer to install an off-leash dog park, which would include 2 enclosures, one for small dogs and one for large dogs. And that said facility will be installed at the developer's discretion in terms of location, but that'd be done no later than the completion of phase 2. Said amenities to be subject to the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee approval.
That's an or, not an and.
That's an or.
Yeah.
Add a new 26G was the developer shall install at no cost to the city 1 covered seating area, which includes covered structure for said sitting area. And 2 shall include both senior and junior play structures with typical playground amenities such as swings.
Located at the location is referred to in the said developer's presentation today, wherever it identified location of playgrounds, which was at 2 playground, which was in 2 parks identified inside the developer's area or the applicant's plan area.
Okay. That the area known as picnic area be eliminated, so that said area can.
No, I would reword that. The area identified as picnic area not be developed as a picnic area, but that the park shall remain a grass landscape park as per the developer's original vision, the applicant's original vision.
Open green space?
Yeah. The traffic tables in here or something? I didn't hear that.
Those were the first item.
Oh, that was the first.
That was the first one.
Okay.
Uh,
For traffic.
So then we have the supporting documentation.
Okay.
That's going to include those you provided me, as well as the reference to the Park City West Club obligation.
Okay, there's one other obligation requirement, I'd like to have the developer shall. With regards to the identified parks in the development. Or the applicant shall, with regard to the identified parks within the said planned area of the application. Apply to the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee with, and provide. What is it, 3 parks basically? 3 suggested names. For each park. Well, not 3 suggested names, for a suggested name for each park. And that in the spirit of welcoming Winnipeg. That the park names be of indigenous, reflect indigenous history, indigenous ancestry. And that this be submitted to the community, East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee no later than its November. For consideration. Would that be allowing the community, well, we've got to forward on to welcoming other people, right? No, October.
Thirtieth.
Whatever our meeting date. Is that what it is? 30? Okay, that gets back.
Within said parks that the city of Winnipeg work cooperatively with said applicant to access all existing city of Winnipeg and government funding available for the planting of trees beyond the obligations of this agreement. And then
That's it.
and then there's
Steve.
the following statement.
Yeah, okay, great.
Hang on a second, I do want to make sure I just have absolutely everything. Clerks to inform petitioners.
I want to add one more amendment. That,
If we can hold off until we go to clerk, because.
oh yeah, sure,
Here.
No, I. Does that so far cover everything?
So
that you
far
were
covers
looking-
everything.
Okay, great.
And in the event,
Are we ready, clerk?
yeah, but in the event, pertaining to the clause of the developer either choosing to develop, that the applicant either choosing to develop a basketball/pickleball court facility or build a off-leash dog park for both small and large dogs. That the city of Winnipeg request that the applicant provides said decision within the next say 4 months, with 4 months, 120 days. So as to allow the city of Winnipeg to incorporate the said facility that was not chosen in any potential lands being rezoned in the outside of the said planned area in the near future.
Just to be clear, you want this attached to the clause?
Yeah, it should be tied to that clause,
Okay.
yeah, right after. So in other words, if A&S is coming forward with a subdivision to change their application, and maybe they have a park here, maybe if they choose to do the basketball, pickleball court, then we encourage A&S to do the off-leash dog park, so at least the area is being serviced by these things.
So we're comfortable with everything that we just read?
Well, was it clear with the athletic field is being removed in lieu of the fact that they're doing one of these facilities? I didn't hear that.
That is with the deletion of CVI.
Oh, I think that's how it
refers
is.
to the
Oh,
oil
okay.
depth.
Okay, so that is being done.
Okay.
Gotcha. I didn't hear that.
Kevin again.
Good, I think that's good, I don't see any other It's enough.
Are you sure?
I think so.
The
Never
more
sure.
questions I ask, you're bound
Never
to.
sure, because you never think, always think, what did I miss?
That's right.
Lay out on it, really, what did I miss in that application?
I can see that.
What couldn't I think in terms of what we need in the future? Who would have thought we could be able to go with this? Anyway, okay.
You said that.
Yeah.
All right. Anything further? I mean, you said your supporting reasons. Do they change given your change?
The only other supporting reason I'd add is I want to thank the residents for taking time to be engaged as well, namely the residents of South Lyon Park. And for showing an interest in the neighborhood and for their ongoing civic mindedness. Thus helping us to ensure that as a committee that we strive to try to address any issues that we see necessary in the development for this application.
All right, that extra supporting reason is understood as written by the clerk.
The funny, I just have one question on the public service in terms of this before we, is that possible, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
But is it the timing of the traffic intersection and everything up in Furman? That's all tied to another application, right? Okay. So for all intents and purposes, you could see a situation here. Let's say they do not come forward and develop right away. In theory, this entire area could be developed. What would happen then? What would happen in the event? Let's say this entire area gets developed. All right, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. And the development to the north has not been triggered or has not gone ahead. And all the traffic is having to go south out of the development through one access point, across down one roadway. What would happen?
So there's multiple scenarios. If they were to develop today, they could connect to existing Dawson Road, which has an intersection in Permore. However, there are some musings of deleting that. Currently.
But even that is not.
It's not ideal.
No.
100% not ideal. The right of way for Blacksmith Road, in which Dawson Road becomes, is open right of way. The intersection is installed. I'm not sure if the traffic signals are there, but that would be a public works obligation to install them and go back to the adjacent development.
Repeat that again, the last part? I didn't hear you.
Public Works installs all traffic signals within the city.
Right.
They build that. So the signals are pretty easy to take care of. You know, there's scenarios, since the right of way is open, it's not crazy to front end it and then request payment. It is part of the, we could do an amendment to have Qualico construct it. And then recoup the cost from ANS when they proceed.
Okay, so we already have an obligation on ANS with regards to the obligation of the intersection and the construction therein, correct?
So the intersection is already,
The intersection is in, the lights are in?
but the intersection of the concrete works are.
Okay. But the road to the south of the intersection is
It's
not.
not in, but it's open right away, which means it's in control of this, the city has control of it. So there is options there.
So then, can I ask the question, why did the public service not recommend in the ACG report that in the event that, let's say, Qualico finishes their entire project and builds on all phase forward, 4 phases, and ANS is nowhere on the horizon with regards to their development, why was it not recommended that there be a clause requiring Dawson to be constructed at Layton?
There is a clause requiring the development to have 2 means of access.
Right.
If their traffic impact study on the next, again, they're only logging currently phase 1A.
Pardon me?
They're only making. Only phase 1A is developed.
Yeah, but this is our only kick in the cat for the entire development, right?
If we got to a phase and it was impending, as in necessary, we can seek a development agreement under a future phase.
But we're approving all the future phases in this application.
If they're being zoning in future phases, they will still have to come forward for short forms to lot the plans.
But the short forms are not subject to this committee.
The short forms can be subject to this. If we require public experience.
Oh, I don't.
It's a short form. So basically just taking a big lot, cutting up the property lines.
Yeah,
So
but
we-
short form.
Short form is director
subject.
approval unless the public service determines that a servicing agreement is required. If a servicing agreement is required under a short form, we come back to this committee.
And
I wanna
how is a
add
short
a-
form different from a subdevelopment?
The short form subdivision is a subdivision that typically stops at the administrative desk. We don't ever see it. Unless they elect to bring it
But
forward.
there are some that we have.
Yeah, I know.
Are short forms inherent in some of the bylaws we passed? They must be.
So similar to the.
Or is it
PUC
automatic, or is it
and,
incumbent upon a vote by council that it's to the spec of the.
I've seen Rouston southwest corner.
No, wait.
That was a short form that we gave to you. For a
But in this
sidewalk.
context, we make sure that's big blocks are
That's
now,
gonna
and
blow.
not individual lots. So when they wanna do the individual lots, they'll-
That only happened because the developer in question, I were talking. Park City West.
No, the sidewalk for, could have been, it was just before the summer break. There's a short form, we required a sidewalk to be constructed.
Where is there a last phase 4 here? Where, do you have a, I need to see that drawing. There we go.
Hope it's understood by.
There's not phase 4, what am I
Hope it's
saying,
understood
phase
by the
3?
Counselor.
Can I
A
say,
lot of leeway today. I'm not sure if all chairs would do this. This might end up in a governance in terms of a very unusual meeting.
I know, I'm sorry, Counselor Schreier, I'm thinking of things that like,
You should apologize. I'm just saying it's just one of those meetings. I think I'm doing the right thing.
yeah, no, you're right.
But having said that, I mean, how often does a meeting go like this? I'm just saying.
Well, the only thing, Counselor Schreier, I'm trying to think of a worst case scenario that, I'm thinking of the worst case scenario, right? That's what we should be here for. I'm thinking of a scenario where, let's say they've done phase 1A, they've done phase 1B. Let's say they've done phase 2 now, right? So basically, anywhere from 2/3 to 3/4 of the development is done, okay? And they're now moving into phase 3. These guys up here are nowhere to be found. This development requires them to ideally have more than one access. This road needs to be built, and it doesn't have to be built right away because these are the ones up here who are obligated to build this road. And they'll probably be triggering it first, but there's nothing requiring, based on the phasing, for them to build their road by a certain time. And I guess what I'm saying is that there should be some sort of clause worded to say that in the event phase 1A, phase 1B, phase 2 are complete, and or the equivalent housing, the equivalent number of permits pulled based on those phasing, because they might be stepping out of their phasing at times, right? That Dawson Road connecting through to Fernmore be constructed. Otherwise, my concern is that, who knows, let's say if the applicant to the north goes bankrupt or something, like, you know what I mean? I don't know what's gonna happen with the economy and everything.
Sure.
I mean, I'm trying to think of a
Why
scenario.
don't you, the clause 28, just add the words blacksmith.
And I wanna be fair
Add the words.
to Qualico to say that they're not gonna have to build anything in the event as they get.
Add the words blacksmith drive.
Sorry,
Blacksmith
that's,
Drive.
For
that
the
is,
Dawson Road construction,
okay,
just add to Dawson Road, the Dawson Road, construct and or pay share, blacksmith drive.
No, is that what it's called, Blacksmith Drive?
Yes. So
No, but I don't wanna trigger that until 90% of their development.
we're not gonna trigger it, I think.
Well, it could be if the economy went,
Yep, and then we would trigger it.
but it should be tied to them finishing 90%, or let's say 80%, 85% of permits that are to be pulled in the applicant's land, that would trigger it.
Again, it would be triggered under the short form when they started lotting, if there was a requirement or a need. From an engineering standpoint, we would come to you.
No. This was that many. No. Engineering need, I know what you mean. I appreciate that, but I just say, no, I want something stronger.
Okay, sure.
I want something stronger. I want it tied to that in the event the equivalent amount of that phase 1A, phase 1B, and phase 2 are fully completed. And or the equivalent of amount of housing units, in brackets, in the event the applicant chooses to develop outside of the proposed phasing. Close bracket.
Sorry, that was in the event the applicant,
Okay, in the event that phase 1.
Yeah.
B, phase 2B,
1B, 2B.
1A, phase 1B, and phase 2 are complete. And or brackets, state, and or the equivalent of the housing permits hold for said phases. In the event the applicant chooses to step out of the said phases plan, close bracket, will the applicant be required to install a minimum of 2 lanes, concrete construction based on a Collector Street standard from their easternmost roundabout through to the new intersection of, what's it called?
Blacksmith Drive.
What's it called? Blacksmith Drive and Plessy Road.
Thermal.
I'm sorry, Thermal, thank you. And that full traffic light installation be installed at that.
And we also, it's it, at Park Beach, that closet, the city will endeavor to collect the fund.
Yeah, that's a closet, it's a catch-all. Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, city will endeavor.
To collect on behalf of the developer for other.
Correct, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, on behalf of the developer for.
The lands that benefit from the extension.
And that said road construction shall include required, a minimum of 1 sidewalk and 1 active transportation. I think that you got an 80 path running along there, any? Through the Ventura or the ENS
You don't know if I have that in front of me.
on either side. I know the AT path is on the south side, up to a certain point. I'm assuming it's on the north side, the sidewalk.
You know, I honestly don't have the AT path for the.
So a minimum of, that include a minimum of 1 sidewalk on 1 side of the street.
What relevance does it have that you don't have the AT path?
Well, it just,
I don't wanna comment.
you know, I don't wanna,
I would need to look at the precinct. plan.
Yeah, he has-
The precinct plan, but.
he has to look at the former application that's not being forced here, Dave.
Alright.
Yeah. But I just wanna make sure there's a sidewalk there, so they're not walking down the middle of the damn road. Okay.
I just want to make sure I have that clear that in the event phase 1A, 1B, and phase 2 are completed and or the equivalent of the housing permits pulled for said phases, in the event the application chooses to step out of said phasing plan, that the applicant be required to install 2 lanes concrete construction based on Collector Street standard from the easternmost roundabout to the new intersection of Blacksmith Drive and Furmore, and that full traffic light installation be done at this time. Said road construction requires minimum 1 sidewalk and 1 active transportation path.
No, just 1 sidewalk.
So, okay.
That's all we know for sure it'll have 1 sidewalk.
And then B, the city will endeavor to collect on behalf of the developer for the lands that benefit from said works.
Unrelated to their obligation. Some of their obligation is there for the 2 lanes you want.
Blacksmith is fully someone else's
Is
obligation.
it?
Oh.
I thought all of Dawson's name is changing to Blacksmith. All the way down.
I apologize.
Isn't it?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, well, I thought like Blacksmith doesn't end right here. It goes all the way, doesn't it? It's all Blacksmith.
Currently it is not, I don't know.
No, I don't know. I have no idea if that section of Dawson going to Blacksmith makes sense.
It's a weird, it makes more sense than what I'm seeing, but
Okay, well, there you go. Well, that's okay. Dan Van Dal was a counselor before and I don't blame you if it's confusing.
And Kevin, where should I be placing this?
Make it a new clause.
Just its own clause?
One clause again.
I didn't mention this to the developer when he was here, but or the applicants here, I don't know what could happen in the future.
No, it's fair.
All right, so
It could
all this is understood by the clerk.
Yeah.
Now, excuse me, this is given after the supporting reasons?
The motion hasn't
I
been voted on yet, so
understand.
we're
I'm
just,
just saying
those are
for the-
understood to be.
We haven't set any precedent that could affect us in the future. We are being a little, unorthodox in terms of how to mind things.
Yeah, which I'm willing to accommodate.
Thank you.
The good people here are obviously
Yeah.
up to the task. I do not blame Kevin. I did say at the beginning of this, or midway through, that given the nature of this meeting, that there could easily be some changes by the time and when it gets at the next standing policy committee, just given all that was demanded of the administration today, that for which I believe it would be responsible if the administration were to provide further information.
No, it's fair. It's kind of on the fly and I apologize for that, but I guess the question I do have on that one last one is it fair, do you think, that to be triggered based on the first, I call them 4 phases because that's what it's kind of the.
Because of
Well,
aim, because
I'm
of aim.
triggering it based on the completion of phase 2. Should I be saying based on the completion of phase 3? Like, what is fair in your opinion?
Again, fair for me is when it's based on the.
Well, if there's an issue there, I'm sure I'll hear from the applicant. We could always move an amendment as council or something like that. If it should be part of phase 3 being considered, I'm more than prepared to consider that too. I just want to make sure that we don't have a development here where they're fully complete and that road is not built in any way, shape, or form. That's my worry.
No, I get it. It's an interesting quirk.
Yeah.
But there's a possibility, so fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
Having said that.
Because it ain't absolutely not.
Are we done? I would not advise if this meeting gets taken to governance, but having said that.
Governance,
Well,
that's my committee. I meet there. Don't give us. Anyway, all right,
Fodder, you just offer yourself some fodder here. Okay,
come
so,
for a sandwich.
I'm sorry?
Come for a sandwich. The governance.
Oh, that's right. That's true. Fair enough. All right.
Okay.
Having said that, are we finished?
Yeah, I think
Any
so.
more
Done.
Any further supporting
No,
reasons?
no.
All right.
All in favor?
The motion is there,
So moved.
understood by the clerk?
Yes.
All right. Those in
We got the
favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move
Now we are
the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
No, oh yes, excuse me. Motion carries.
I'll move the variance
One
now.
moment here. Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Variance is more wordy than the other one. Okay, here we go.
Serious?
No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service, this is item number 3 on the agenda, Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Motion carries.
Moved, aye. I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
I'll move that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan. D does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. C is the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property. And D is the compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Items. Same supporting reasons.
All right, that is it.
And I will move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public
Wait a
Service.
minute, sorry.
Let's see the call question on.
Okay.
So,
Right.
Probably parts. All right. Motion carries.
Move, yay. And I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the variance be approved.
Motion carries.
Aye. And I'll move that the public hearing in respect to this application be concluded.
I say motion carries. Don't do this here. I
Aye.
can't believe you were going to vote against your own motion. Thus, I did not.
I understand, I understand,
Coming
yes.
upon me.
I just wanna make sure you call the question because I don't want them coming back and saying we didn't follow procedure and then, anyway, yeah.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be
Yeah,
appealed.
I've seen
Should
it
you wish to
before.
appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
And I'm gonna move that we go back to the regular agenda.
Yes.
And I'm gonna move that the two
Um,
items regarding the street names be laid over to the next committee meeting.
All right, motion carries.
And I'm gonna move adjournment to the meeting.
Hats off,
Thank you.
Lawrence.
Thank you.